What's going on, everybody? And welcome back to the Hangout spot where you already know it's Real Talk Boxing Talk. Live from my man cave. It's your boy Johnny, and I'm your host for another edition of the Hangout Spot Live. This time, the Wednesday night edition.
Let's get ready to rumble! Here's Johnny.
And I just want to welcome everybody back to this Wednesday night show, man. And shout out to all of y'all that were rocking out with me last night. It was ladies' night, bro. We did something for the first time, and it was an absolute success, man. We had an all-lady panel, man. We had my girl, Chevy Red from Chevy Red Corner, and we had my sister, Christine, from In the Ring with Christine. They were on the panel with me, and we were chopping it up, man. We were talking about all these fights that are on the horizon starting next week in New York City, the all-female card on Friday, Madison Square Garden. That's being headlined by Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor, Part 3. We broke down that card. We broke down the card on Saturday, also in New York City. That is a Ring Magazine card that is headlined by Shakur Stevenson against William Zepeda. You also have Edgar Berlanga on the card against Hamza Shiraz. And you have a 140-pound title fight between Alberto Puello, the champion, taking on the contender Subriel Matias from Puerto Rico. And we spoke about all the fights, man. I'm telling you, the females were cooking last night. If you did not get a chance to see that show, make sure you check it out, as well as all of our old shows on the Hangout spot on YouTube, man. We cooking, bro. We cooking. The last couple of weeks, we've had hella interviews. We've had Brian Norman Sr., the WBO welterweight champion. We've had Junior, the welterweight champion. We've had Senior, his dad. We've had Naomi Cardenas, who's a female prospect. We've had Keith Colon, featherweight prospect. Jim Lampley, the legend, was in the building. And today is no different, bro. We have former fighter and trainer out of Cleveland, Ohio, Prenice Brewer, in the building tonight. He is the trainer of the welterweight contender, Delonte Tiger Johnson, and he's doing a tremendous job. Tiger Johnson is coming off an impressive unanimous decision victory just a couple of weeks ago in Norfolk, Virginia. So we're going to get him on the show shortly. But you know the ground rules before we get started, man. If you're watching this live on YouTube, make sure you smash that like button. Help us get this channel out into the algorithm of other boxing fans so they know we rock out weeknights, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're also doing Sunday shows. We did a hell of a show on this Sunday, 4 hours, bro. We took callers. Brian Norman Sr. was on. We cooked. So make sure you check us out. Throw us a like. We got to get this channel out into the algorithm. And also, if you're watching this live on Facebook and Millions.co, throw me a like. More importantly, one of the ground rules is if you have not subscribed to the Hangout spot, you got to do that. And if you have, pick up the phone, tell a friend to tell a friend. You know the deal. Right now, we're that small train, but we're trying to turn this bitch into a locomotive. In order for us to do that, we're going to need some more passengers. And last but not least, make sure y'all cook in the chat. Make sure y'all interact in the chat. But if you have any questions or comments, again, so I don't have to sift through to determine which are questions and comments. If you do have questions for Coach, who I'm going to bring in shortly, again, Super Chat is the best way to go because they come up as a starred message. I'll be able to see those. Plus, it provides your boy with a little bit of a donation, and that never hurts. Again, Cash App is scrolling down below if you want to make a donation there as well. We're putting in the work here. We are putting in the work at the Hangout spot, and tonight is no different. But like I said, I want to get my guest in, like, big fan of his, big fan of Tiger Johnson's. I love what he's doing. Former fighter, now successful trainer. So without further ado, I want to bring in my guy, Prenice Brewer, man. What's going on? Welcome to the Hangout spot, my brother.
Yo, what up with it? How you doing?
Chilling, man. Chilling. Welcome aboard, man. Welcome aboard, man. It's good to have you on, man. Ever since I was co-hosting that episode on the Boxing Voice when Ness had you on, man. It was a great interview, intriguing interview. And I definitely wanted to bring you on so that we can introduce you and what you're doing to the audience, man, because you're doing a hell of a job, bro. But talk to me, bro. You're coming off an impressive victory, man. Tiger Johnson, man, just a couple of weeks ago in Norfolk, man. He basically shut this guy out, bro. Congratulations. And tell me about that victory a little bit.
We knew he had power coming in because he dropped Brian Norman with a big right hand, so we know he had some magic in that right hand. So we just went in there, took his power away from him, boxed him easy, just boxed him to the finish line.
So that was the game plan going in, which was a different, right? Because you're coming off, Tiger's coming off a performance where he was dominant in a stoppage, man, against a tough guy, Kendo Castaneda. the fight before where he stopped him in 5 rounds. So you think I was thinking that maybe in this fight you were trying to get some momentum and get another stoppage,
I
but you're saying
wanted I
the
I
palm?
wanted to stop it. I wanted to stop it, but dude had power, so we ain't gonna gamble it and just be reckless trying to force it. So we just boxed, kept it safe, and took it as it came.
And overall, so accordingly to what you're saying, how do you rate that performance?
Um, B minus C plus.
That's a little bit of a tough grade, especially since yeah, I mean,
Um,
he might have won a round,
I know,
but he
no,
made
no, we shutted them out, but it was certain things that I was asking for throughout the fight that didn't unfold the way I visioned it. But for the most part, he kept it safe. He was sharp. He was in top shape. Controlled it. Picked it up in the championship rounds when he needed to. So but I'm a hard critic. I'm a
as you
hard
should be,
critic.
man. As you should
100%.
be. Against a former fighter turned trainer. We're going to talk about it in a second. But like I told you before we went live, man, I've seen nothing but improvement from Tiger the last 3 or 4 fights that you've been with him. What would you attribute that to? Like, what is the biggest difference that you see from a maturity and a growth standpoint? 4 or 5 fights in with you.
Um, him just being more comfortable with close range. Him being more comfortable, him slowing his feet down, being more confident in his defense. Um, he just really been growing. I've been with him since the beginning, but I'm just not recently taking on the head trainer role. But he been growing every fight since he first turned pro. He been getting better and better and better. But now I feel like since he comfortable at 147, the progression is gonna be even faster. I feel like another fight or two, we'd be ready to take on the top fighters in the division.
That's what's up. That's what's up. I'm here with Coach Prenice Brewer. He's in the building. The chat is already cooking. Shout out to the chat for checking in. But so tell me, how are you enjoying being a trainer so far? I do want to get into that whole aspect, but that's one question I want to ask you first. How do you enjoy being a trainer?
Man, I love it. I love it because everybody in this sport know you can't compete the rest of your life. And I couldn't see myself doing none other than being a part of boxing. So I love every moment of it. Sometimes I get the itch and I want to get back in there, but you know, I love it, man. I couldn't. This is this is it for me. I feel like this. I'm living my purpose. I feel like I'm put here for this.
Okay, that's what's up. I can see the passion, when you talk
Yeah.
about it. But before we talk about the transformation, like I said, because I think that's very, very intriguing. Why don't we go back a little bit? Let's talk about Prentice the fighter, the guy they call greatness.
Oh man.
Take me back to where the journey started, champ. Like when did you start boxing, and more importantly, what inspired you to be a fighter?
Um. R.P. to Rayshawn Myers, man. He was a journeyman in Cleveland, Ohio. He had upside down record like 7-15 or 7-14 or something like that. But he was my mother boyfriend. He was my mom boyfriend, and he had to babysit me one day. And so he had to babysit me. He had to train. I guess he had a fight coming up. It was so long ago. I was 12 years old. I don't really remember, but I just know I went to the gym and Renard Safo, which ended up being my head trainer, which was Tiger's head trainer at first. He was like, "You want to spar?" I'm like, "What's that?" And Willie Nelson. I'm not sure you remember Willie Nelson,
I
154
do.
pounder.
Yep, I do.
My that's my brother right there. He was already boxing at that time. He walked up like, "We gonna show you what it is," and they slapped the headgear and gloves on me, man, and the rest was history. I just stayed. I just was addicted after that. And I went on to win some national tournaments, Junior Olympics, brought home a gold medal in the Youth Pan Americans, 2005 National Gold Glove champ. So I did some things. Went on to turn pro. Went 21-4-1 as a pro. So had a decent career.
No, you did, man. Solid career, and that's what I wanted to talk about because it's not uncommon that I hear from fighters when I ask that question that once they go to the gym that first time, they fall in love with it. They fall in love with it. But you said you were 12 years old when you started
12 years old.
12 years old. What were you playing? Were you into other sports? Were you playing other sports before that when you were
Um,
younger?
yeah, basketball, and football. basketball and football. But once I start boxing, like that was it.
But why is tell me why is that? What is it like is it like an adrenaline rush? I mean, a lot of fighters
Yes,
tell me, is it?
yes. Yes, but everybody not built for this. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's a lot. Trust
Okay.
me. And some of the toughest people in my neighborhoods then tried to come to the gym and couldn't last. You know, so it take a different type of mindset. But it's just I don't know. It's just something about it, man. Just you and one other person just trying to outthink each other, trying to outsmart each other. You know, it's just something about it that just I don't know. It's the best sport in the world, in my opinion.
I totally agree with you, man. Coach Prentice. Brewers in the building, y'all. Yeah, a lot of fighters also tell me that the reason why they love boxing is because it's unlike a team sport. Like you don't have to rely on anybody else. Usually in a team sport, right? If you do your
Yeah,
part, but they don't do their part, that may decide
yeah,
winning or losing. In
yeah.
boxing, you're basically in control of your own destiny. It's you against another person.
Yeah. I put it like this, right? I still feel like I still feel like it's a team sport. You know what I'm saying? I feel like because you gotta have a good team, you gotta have the right nutrition. When you got the right nutritionist, right strength and conditioning coach, right trainer, you know what I'm saying? It's a team sport. But when it's time to perform, you only can, you know, you gotta rely on you. Of course, you got your coaches giving you your instructions, you know, telling you what to look out for, what to do, what not to do. But it's only like it's up to you to implement that. You don't got no timeouts. You don't got nobody passing you the ball. You don't got nobody punching for you. It's just you and him. But you still got to have a great team as well.
Nah, that's a good point. That's actually a really good point. I'm talking about inside the ring, but you're right.
Yeah, no. Once
Fights
you
are
inside
won,
that ring, though, it's
right?
mine. It's mine off.
But fights are won outside the ring, right? In training, and
Yes,
that's where all those other aspects come into play, right? The team, the
yes.
nutritionist, the trainer, the strength and conditioning coach. So you're absolutely right. That makes perfect sense. But so you touched a little bit on your amateur background because you have a very very decorated amateur background. Talk to me again about some of your accomplishments.
I won a national pile my first year when I started in 2000. Then I kept falling short in the silver gloves, man, losing in the finals and the semifinals for a while. And then in 2003, I won the national junior Olympics. And then after I won the national during Olympics, I ended up fighting Luke Campbell in the internationals, smoked him. We was like 15,
Nice.
16 years old. What else after that? Oh yeah, then we went to Mexico, Pan American. I brought home a gold medal, and then I stopped boxing for a while, and then I came back, won the national Golden Gloves, and then turned pro at 18.
Okay, and so that's what about to say. You turned pro at 18. What was the
Mm-hmm.
decision to turn pro? Because sometimes I hear from a lot of guys that turn pro young. It's because sometimes being an amateur is extensive. It's expensive. Did that play a part into it?
Not at all, man. Shout out to Renard Safo, man. He a legend. He made sure we got to our tournaments. He made sure we had and needed everything we needed to be successful in the amateur circuit. But it was more so I had a baby on the way. You know, I was 18 years old with a baby on the way. So I mean, hey, I gotta do something, you know.
Oh,
And
that
boxing
makes
was all I knew.
no, that makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. And you carved out a solid career, man. Some good names on your resume as well.
Yeah.
But the last time that you fought was, I believe, in 2019.
Yeah, 2019. At
So
home.
why is and coming on four straight wins? So
Yeah.
you had some momentum. You had four straight wins. Two of them were by stoppage. So it was almost like, why stop? Why was what was the decision to just stop at that point?
Um, Man, just that body be hurting, and you know the purses I was fighting for it just wasn't worth it to me. I would have rather just I was ready to just focus on life after boxing, whatever that may entail at that time. I was just ready to focus on life after boxing because so many fighters get caught up in chasing it for so long. About time they done, they 40 with no plan.
Mm.
I didn't want to be another statistic. Damn, he used to box, but now he just back home doing whatever. I didn't want it to be that. So I wanted to make sure I gave myself time to focus on life after boxing, so I can make some of myself.
Nah, that's real. That's real, man.
You
That's
know,
what's
I
up.
got
That's
I
what's
got
up.
kids that depend on me, and more importantly, I got kids that look up to me that I got to set an example for. So,
No doubt. No doubt. That's a real answer, man. I appreciate that. Maybe I should have asked you this a little bit earlier, but was there any particular fighter or fighters that inspired you when you were coming up the ranks and when you turned pro?
locally, Juan McPherson. They call him
Okay,
Kiki, Cleveland, Ohio, Cleveland legend. Like in his time, it's a lot of top fighters that know who he is, man. He was like that. So Juan McPherson locally, professional level, Roy Jones was the one for me. Roy Jones and Muhammad Ali.
that's what's up, man. That's what's up. Right now, I believe you're 37 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I mean, there's guys out there that are fighting that are much older than you. So,
No, for
have you
sure,
ever thought about it? Have you ever gotten the itch? Have you ever like
man.
maybe I have to give this a shot one more time?
All the time until I work out.
That's
all,
me.
all the
That's
time
real.
until I work out, and I think about it like every single day, 2-3 times a day. I'm good.
But that's what I'm saying. That's real. Tell people in my that are watching live. Shout out to everybody. Make sure you guys smash that like button, show Prentice Brewer some love, and subscribe to the channel. How hard is a training camp, man?
Man, waking up 5, 6 in the morning, strength conditioning. You know what I'm saying? Getting your miles in, running, swimming. It's just a lot. Sparring, getting punched on 3 times a week. You know, it's a lot that go into it. A lot of people just look at it like, oh, it's just a fight. The real battle is that 8 to 10 weeks prior. You know, staying healthy is one of the hardest parts about it. You know, staying healthy through a full camp, putting your body through so much punishment, man. It's a it's real.
Nah, I feel it, man. Again, and this is what I tell people: like, you got to respect a professional fighter, man. I
Yeah,
mean, you guys are gladiators. What you put your bodies through, like the human body, really wasn't intended or wasn't made to be to take that type of abuse, especially in training.
facts.
You know, that's why here at the Hangout Spot, bro, we don't allow anybody to talk about fighters in a negative way, call any fighters bums. Nah, we don't do that here, bro. Every single fighter that laces up a pair of gloves and gets in that ring and risks their lives for our entertainment deserves respect, man. So shout out to you, champ. And shout out to what you're doing now. Like I said, walked away from the sport and you are still giving back to the sport, right? But before we get into the transition though, your career. So are you officially retired?
Yeah, for sure. I'm not.
Okay.
I ain't messing around.
You okay, all right. I
I
just
play. I play with the idea though. I play with the idea. I told myself because Tyrank's supposed to have a show in Cleveland. I told myself I might fight the trashiest opponent I can find just to fight on the same card as my fighter. You feel me? But I don't know. I play around with the idea sometimes.
I hear you, man. Again, bro, a shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. I know what it is because, like, again, I'm, being around this sport, being around fighters and trainers, it's hard to walk away, man. The competitiveness that you guys have inside of you, you guys are gladiators. Sometimes
The
that's why I
fire
said
never the
retirement.
fire never dies.
Right, exactly. And that's why I say
Fire never dies.
the word retirement shouldn't exist in boxing because how many
Yeah.
fighters said they wanted to walk away and they come back? And
Yes.
I can respect that. But if you could have one do over in your boxing career, what would that be?
Ooh. I mean, uh, I would have waited for the Olympics.
Okay.
I would have
Okay.
waited for the Olympics. You know, when I turned pro to OTC, the Olympic Training Center, the coaches was calling my house, telling me and my mom to wait, don't turn pro. You know, I wish I would have had somebody around me to tell me, it get greater later.
Mm. No, that's what's up. That's what's up. I can see that. And what about if there was one fight that you could have back? Like after that fight, you're like, damn, I wish I could do that fight all over again because things would be different. What fight would that be?
Mean Machine.
Kavalaskis.
Kavalaskis. Yeah.
Kavalaskis, right.
Kavalaskis. Yeah.
Kavalaskis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That one.
You would
For
want to
sure.
have that one back. Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
That's that I hear that. I hear that. But so let's transition. So I guess this question you've answered already with some of the other answers that you
Yeah,
gave, but how hard the decision to become a trainer, that was just night and day, right? You knew as
yeah.
soon as I hang them up, this is what I was gonna do.
I didn't know as soon as I hung him up though.
Okay.
I didn't know as soon because I was personal training in the Bay Area. I was making $100 an hour. I was chilling. You know what I'm saying? I was cool. I was good, but I got a call from my brother Terrell Goucher. We grew up boxing together since we was kids.
Right.
He reached out to me like, "Yo, you always knew how to fight left-handers. Can you come be a part of my camp? This is my seventh left-hander in a row. Uh, can you come rock with me?" I was like, "Yeah, I got you." So I went down, helped train him for that. He had a masterful performance, stopping Jamonte Clark in the second round. Um, and then I went back and watched the fight, and then I heard Abner Mara say we see a more creative and explosive Goucher. And once I heard that, like I knew I put my mark on it, you know. So I knew I'm like, okay, so I'm coming in and I'm making a difference immediately, and that was just one camp. So that gave me the confidence and the momentum I needed to, you know what, like you know what, let me try to do this.
No, that's what's up. That's what's up. Obviously, being a fighter, we talked about how hard that is, rigorous on your body, but being a trainer isn't easy either,
No,
right?
not at all, not at all.
So,
So many rounds of mitts, holding a body shield, getting punched. Tiger punched me about 15 times in the face by accident every camp.
you said every camp,
Every camp, he gonna punch me a couple times right in the mouth.
but I mean mentally, though. Like again,
Um,
how hard is that? Like, what is the differences? Which one is harder from a mental capacity?
boxing, it's competing.
But remember, you're training somebody that you want to win, but you're not in there competing for them. So
Yeah,
how
but
hard is that?
yeah, but also is that's hard. I'm gonna touch that in a minute, but the competing part, you gotta think about it. You gotta push through so much pain during camp, so much good days, so many bad days. You know, some days you might just really be broken down, and sometimes you gotta push through it. So that's hard, but the training aspect, it's mentally draining. Sometimes you get frustrated some days, you know, some sparring days. You feel like sparring didn't go how you wanted it to. And, you know, it's a lot of different battles with emotions and thoughts. And sometimes, you know, sometimes I might even question myself at times. And then I remind myself, you know, look, I got to be patient. I got to let it click. And it always does. But it's a little, you know, you can't control them. You know, once they get in that ring and the bell ring, then it's up to them. You just gotta have confidence that you and your fighter got a good enough bond and chemistry for them to follow direction.
Nah, that's what's up. And that's what my question was more. It's like a mental thing, right?
Yes.
Not the obviously the physical part is going to be much tougher in the ring, but it's the whole mental thing and not being able to do what you want that person to do. Sometimes that's got to be really
Right. At the
frustrating.
time you want them to do it, you know.
Right.
But you know, but that's why it's just at the end of the day, you just got to keep building, right? Every fight, it just got to keep every fight, every camp, every day. It just got to keep better. Reps, you know. And then at some point, you and that fighter will reach that peak where everything clicking on all cylinders. Everything you taught him is clicking. Everything you telling him is clicking. And we seen it when Tiger fought Castaneda. That fight right
Mhm.
there, we was like, yo,
Nah,
we
y'all was cooking.
yo,
Y'all
we
was
was
cooking.
clicking. We was clicking. It was like, you know what I'm saying? So them the nights right there where it just feel just so worth it. When you go back, you listen to what you're saying in the corner, and then you go out there and then watch them just display it. You know, we went into that camp saying we gonna break them down to the body. We went in there, stopped them with a body shot. So
Mm.
things like that just make it all worth it.
Nah, that's what's up, man. We here with Coach Prenice Brewer, man. Make sure y'all continue to show love, smash that like button. So just like being a fighter, right? Obviously, it takes time for you to get comfortable when you're a new fight, right at turning pro, right? First three,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6 fights. It's a progression, right? Getting comfortable being a pro. It's gotta be the same being a trainer.
Um.
So You've had how many fights now with Tiger? I believe 5 fights.
I've been there since the beginning, but since the head coach, I
As a
think it's been
head
4 or 5. Yes.
So, how are you different as a head trainer 5 fights in as opposed to the first one that the first camp?
Just more confidence. Everything is starting to slow down for me. Um, and just getting more comfortable. And you learn every fight. Like this fight right here, I learned something. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like when I went back and watched it, I felt like I got a little, maybe a little too emotional. So I want to learn how to express myself, but not so aggressive, but still keep the intensity in the way I speak.
In the corner, you mean between
Yes,
rounds?
yes.
Mm.
You
But
know that's one thing.
sometimes
That's
that's
one
a good
thing.
thing, though. But
Huh?
sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that's a good thing. Like I see videos of Teddy Atlas, and all these guys that give all these rah
Yeah,
rah emotional. But so
yeah.
you think
Nah,
it's better to be more chill?
before, I feel like I could have kept it just a little bit more chill, just a little bit. I could have toned it down just a little bit, in my opinion, to get my message through clearer. I ain't had to be so aggressive. But at the
Okay,
end, but at the end of the day, when you in that fire and you in that moment, you do what you feel need to be done, and that's what I felt need to be done at that moment. But just like a fighter, you go back, you study, and you try to find ways you feel like you could have been better.
that's real. That's what I'm saying. Critique, self critique, self. That's dope. That's actually dope. I like that. Because again, it's all about communication. And to your point, the trainers are in there with the fighters, even though they ain't physically in there. You
Yeah, for
guys are
sure.
realistically in there with them. You're invested with them. That's dope. That's
Yeah.
dope. But every trainer has an identity, right? So let's say we had a fight fan that's never seen you train somebody or one of your fighters fight. What would you say is your identity as a trainer? Are you more of a defensive teacher, offense, more
Um,
fundamentals?
I feel like I'm a jack of all trades.
Okay.
I feel like because the name of the game is to hit and not get hit. How to have an effective offense, offensively and defensively. The way I feel, if you everything correct form, you're doing everything the right way offensively, everything should come back the right way defensively. So it's like offense and defense to me is husband and wife. You got to have good transition defense. I try to perfect my fighters. I try to fix all vulnerabilities, all holes in their game. I feel like there's no such thing as a perfect fighter. Every single fighter make multiple mistakes during the fight, but perfection is what we thrive for every single day in the gym. I try my best to build the perfect fighter, the perfect fighter. We not gonna sit there and bang with you. We gonna box. We gonna use our range, but also we can be what we need to be when it's time to be it. If that makes sense. If we got to step to you, okay, we gonna step to you. If it's time for us to box and move, we gonna box and move. If we need to sit there, hold our ground, take small half steps back, small steps left or right, and play the mid-range game, which is the most dangerous, but when you a master at it, it could be the most effective. We gonna do that too. So I just try to cover all ground.
Great answer, man. Great answer. And so let's say I'm a young fighter and I walk into your gym and I'm asking you to train me. What are your expectations for a fighter before you decide, okay, we can do this? Like, what are your demands? You have demands, for certain young fighters?
Just be hungry. Just be hungry and be coachable. Because if you want me to train you, don't come ask me to train you and then train you is like pulling teeth.
Right.
Just be coachable, be willing to work hard, and after that, man, just let's have fun and make the best out of it.
Now I got you, man. I got you. I got you. And you being a former fighter, do you feel, because I hear this a lot and I just wanted to get your point of view. Do you think that former fighters are better as trainers as opposed to guys that never fought but are training fighters?
Um,
Because
it's
remember,
kind
you
of
guys have been in the trenches.
yeah,
You guys have been in the
but
trenches.
this is the thing, right? I feel like we connect with fighters in a different way. We see things in the ring in real time that I feel like people who never fought can't see. I could look at the way somebody breathing, or if they get hit away, they block a punch. See the little look in their eye. Like we see certain things. It's like we could feel certain things just by being in there and knowing, you know. So I feel like we could connect with them in a different way. You know, sometimes in the corner, I might could look in your eyes and be like, okay, I see what's going on. You know, just because we walked our walk before, we walked that same path. So I feel like we could connect with them in a different way, and we might understand certain things. But some people, some trainers is just students of the game, though. Yo, you know what I'm saying? If you a student, you a student. You a student, you a student, man. I feel like this next generation of trainers coming up, because a lot of us that competed on a high level is transitioning and giving back, you know, to the future generations to come. I feel like this is gonna be a really, 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 really good thing for the future of boxing. Having trainers that really, really got in the mix on a high level.
Yeah, man. No, I respect that answer. I've always, again, that's a big debate, amongst boxing fans. Well, he's a better trainer because he actually been in the ring. But I'm like, but this guy's been doing it for a long time and he studies the sport of boxing as well. So that's why I wanted to kind of get your
Yeah,
perspective. And it makes sense.
but also being a trainer, man, you got to do more than just know it. You got to know how. You got to be good with communication.
Right.
You got to be able to know how to teach, because you can't teach everybody the same way. I can't communicate with Jared how I communicate with Tiger. I can't communicate with Tiger how I communicate with Terrell, because everybody have different temperaments. Everybody have different personalities. Everybody have different learning curves. So you can't train everybody the same way.
That's
Everybody is
true.
different, you know. And I felt like me being a personal trainer for 8 years, training multiple clients every single day, that prepared me for this. I know how to communicate with a million different personalities. I know how to like just even pushing somebody to go harder. Some people like being aggressive, go, you got to push, or some people need reassurance, more of a you got it, you can do it, push, go, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So it goes a lot into it. It's just more than just knowing the game. You got to know how to teach it too.
You guys are very similar to a head coach in football. Like you have to be a good leader of men. And a
Yes.
part of that is being able to manage different, being able to coach different personalities. Because not everybody, like you said, is going to take that message the same way. Some people like coaches being direct. Some people don't like it, to
Yeah.
what you said earlier. So, nah, that's dope. That's dope. I love that. I love hearing that, and I respect that as well. But if I was a young trainer, like looking to make my name in the sport, like if I was your protege, like what advice would you give me as a young trainer?
A young trainer.
Yeah, like let's say somebody you taking under your wing, a
Um,
protege.
I'm just gonna tell them always be a student of the game. Never feel like you know it all. You know, because at the end of the day, every sport always gonna evolve, always gonna keep transitioning, and always gonna be something new. So never think you know it all. Always be a student of the game. That way you would never become stagnant. You know, and just study. That's it. Just study, just learn, grind, surround yourself around like-minded people, and just grow, learn, grind, study.
Yeah, that's what's up. Great advice. Great advice. You mentioned Jared Anderson a couple minutes ago. You're working with him now, right?
hmm
So how's that been working with him?
Um, I love Jared, man. Jared is a really, really, really good kid, man. I love Jared to death. I feel like I feel like he gonna be one of the best heavyweights in the world, man. A lot of people, giving up on him, saying he ain't. That boy got, like I tell a million times, he got special written all over him, and I'm gonna help bring that out.
With me, with Jared Anderson, it's never been a skill. It's never been skill. The skill is there,
100%.
but I gotta be honest. Sometimes with some of the things that he said early on, I kind of question his desire to be great. Because I remember a few years ago, he said he just wanted to fight, make enough money, and then get out of the sport. So I'm like, well, is that what's driving you, or do you really want to be the next great American heavyweight? So what do you say to people, like myself, that actually questioned that when he did say that? What do you question about his desire to be great?
Um, everybody, what's great to you might not be great to him. What's great to him might not be great to you, right? A lot of people, some people might be chasing legacy. I want the titles. I want this. That's being great to them. But somebody saying, I want to be financially free. I want to be able to break generational curses. I want to be able to put my family in a better situation than I was. I want to change, I want to be able to give something to my kids. I don't want them to see the trenches. That's being great to might be great to some people, So I can't measure another person vision of greatness to another's because everybody vision of greatness is different.
Great answer. No, absolutely, and you're absolutely right. But I just look at Jarrett with his skill level, and I agree with you, Coach. I think he can be a guy that
Amazing.
could potentially
That
take
boy,
over the heavyweight division. So
hey, power in both hands. He could fight righty, lefty, speed like a middleweight, power like a heavyweight, both hands, good feet, fast. Like he got everything, and he gonna tap into it, and it's gonna come out, and he gonna shock the world. And I can't wait to that day.
yeah, for
And
real, like
inshallah, I'll be right beside him.
for sure. Because like I said, I've been a big fan of his since since he was young. I remember, but he sparred with guys like Shakur. He can move in the ring. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, facts.
I want to see him be a champion, but I want him to
He
say I
go.
want to be a champion. You know what I
He
mean,
gonna
Coach?
be one. He gonna be one. He for sure
Okay,
gonna be one. He gonna be one,
okay.
man. He got it. Like people think he don't want it, but it's cool. We gonna surprise motherfuckers, man. I'm telling you,
Hey, listen, as fans, yeah, we're on the outside looking in, and
for sure.
we want to see like some of the guys that we love to watch, like him. I want to see him be great. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, for sure.
do you feel like that Bacoli fight was a little too early for him though?
Um, I think it was a little premature, but at the end of the day, he dared to be great. He believed in himself. And if you don't believe in yourself, then what is you doing it for? He felt like he wanted the best. He felt like he wanted that challenge and he took it. So I can't do nothing but respect a fighter like that. And the thing is with this with the boxing world now, when people don't fight, you say they scared. They scared. They ducking. They want to be carried. They want to, but then when a fighter dare to be great, challenge himself and take the hardest challenge offered to him, and he lose, he was a bum the whole time. He ain't this, he ain't that. So, oh
You are
man,
you are
I don't know what
absolutely right.
people want. What do people want? Because if you duck, they gonna disrespect you. If you dare to be great and you lose, they gonna disrespect you. So, I don't. I feel like it was premature, but at the end of the day, if you believe in yourself, bro, dare to be great. Fight the best. Look at Bud. Bud going up to 168 to dare to be great.
Word.
You feel me? And
Yep.
and not a lot of fighters would even take that chance. Not even a lot of fighters would do that. And a lot of people gonna respect them. Even though I feel like he about to beat the fuck out of Canelo, he gonna give a fucking boxing lesson.
Mm.
But let's say you know what I'm saying, he was the lose. The disrespect is gonna be crazy. He was too little. He ain't as good as what he think. You know what I'm saying? So it's no winning with the with boxing fans. There is a lose lose.
Coach, we say that all the time here on the channel. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah,
Like, it's okay if you lose a fight. It's boxing. Some of the
facts.
greatest fighters that ever lived have lost fights, but it's almost like today. If you lose a fight, you're right. There are fans that want to throw you to the curb. He's overrated. He's done. So I get that. I totally get that. This is why I believe that in certain aspects, it's not good for a fighter to pay attention to social media because I think they always have that in the back of their mind. Like, what are they gonna say? Am I gonna get trashed in the on the social media outlets? I mean, do you believe that?
Man, I feel like they shouldn't pay attention to so man because social media they always don't have something to say. Oh, I got caught up in replying on social media one time. I'm like, man, what am I replying to these people for? What am I doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, let me stop paying them attention because you're not gonna win.
Uh, Correct.
There's
So
no
why
way.
even bother? But all these dudes want to go to, they want to do Twitter wars and stuff. You breaking up, Coach, a little bit.
All right, hold on. Yeah, I'm still breaking up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wherever you went, it looks like the connection got bad.
All right, let me come back up here.
Yeah, now
All
now
right,
it's
I'm
getting a
back.
little bit better. Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, I'm
My
back.
bad, my bad. I know you wanted to get. What
No,
were you going downstairs to get comfortable?
no, it's all good though. But now what you were saying?
I said this is why I feel like social media because these guys they're not hesitant to get on Twitter and start arguing with not just fans but other fighters. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I
Man,
think social media
but
plays a part in that.
it's the age of social media, but it could be good too. At the end of the day, Devin
Right.
Haney about to fight Brian Norman. You know what I'm saying?
Mm. Yeah.
So
No.
it's a gift and a curse.
Yeah. You still breaking up a little bit.
Damn, I don't
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
why.
Yeah. I don't know what it was when you started walking around. That's why I got a little bit bad. But we here with Coach Prentice Brewer. If you guys got any questions, throw them in the chat. Yeah, we having a good time. When do we expect Jared back though?
Um, we waiting for some news now, so we'll know soon. I keep you posted for sure, so you could announce it.
Yeah, yeah. Let me know, man. So we all over it, and we can obviously hype up and promote the fight. Like I said, I'm a big fan of Jarrett's. Make sure you give him my best. I'm a big fan of Tiger as well, man. Um, where do you foresee Tiger, man? How many more fights do you feel, before he's ready to challenge for a title at
Um,
147?
one or two more, and then it's time to go. You know, he had two fights at 47, so I feel like one or two more, and then whoever it is, what it is.
Is he comfortable at the weight? Like, do you
Yeah,
plan on seeing him there for? Okay,
yeah, he gonna be there for a while.
okay, good, good, good,
Yeah, he
good.
gonna be there for a
So,
while.
okay, that's what's up. And what about Terrell, man? When do we expect to see him back?
He waiting too. You know, he in the gym now. He in the gym. He grinding. He staying focused. So hopefully he'll be back soon. He just waiting. You know, he got the shit robbed out of him the last time out. So he just waiting to hear what's next.
No, for sure. For sure. That's the tough part of boxing, man. That is the tough part of boxing. But what other fighters are you working with right now that you want to talk about?
Um, I got Tiger Love brother, which is he number 3 in the country.
Dope.
At
Okay.
fight 199 amateur, he only got 15 fights, but he number 3 in the country. He gonna be something special. He gonna be something special. His name Mario Johnson, Tiger's little brother. Marcellus Smith, another. He fight 121. He won the nationals in December. He another amateur that's gonna be good. But that's really it right now. I
That's
got
what's up,
some
man.
I got some other fighters that's on the, I don't want to speak too soon, but it's some that might be, joining the camp soon.
Nah, yo, I'm happy for you, coach, man. I rock with you, man. I'm proud of what you're doing, man. Nothing but continued success. What do you do when you're not training though? Like, what do
Spending
you do to
time with my
decompress?
spending time with my kids.
No
Spending time
doubt.
with the kids. I got 3 kids. My oldest, Prentice the third, is 18. My youngest son, Khalid, is 17, and my daughter, Amara, she's 7. So just spend time with the kids because I be gone so much. I got to watch my son play basketball for the first time in like a year. Because I've been missing his basketball seasons with all these camps. So just trying to make up lost time.
Nah, that's what's up. That's what's up. Damn, what was I gonna ask you next? So, what do you are you like on a Saturday night there's boxing? Are you a boxing fan? Like you be in front of watching the pay-per-views and watching the fights?
Yeah, yeah. I'll be watching the fight. Sometimes they watch it with me. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes I might watch it on my phone. Just because I do it so much, I don't try to force it on them or nothing. If they ain't trying to watch boxing, then we ain't trying to watch boxing. My oldest son is a boxing head, just like me though.
Has he ever thought about fighting?
He got one amateur fight he fought when he was like 8, but then he started playing basketball and he was really good. Like he was starting varsity since he was in 10th grade. So, and I don't. And once they chose, I'm not trying to push you to do this shit.
Respect, man. That's what's up. That's what's up. But so what do you think about this Brian Norman Jr. and Devin Haney fight that just got announced for November, man?
That's an interesting fight. I feel like Brian Norman's super super strong, but Devin Haney got really really good feet. You know, so
Mhm.
I don't know how. Because last time Brian Norman he fought Quentin Randall. You know, he
Uh-huh.
was moving on him. He didn't look. He really wasn't cutting the ring off. He didn't look as, you know, even though that was a while ago, he ain't look like he knew what to do against a mover. So I wonder, has he fixed that problem? And yet we don't know. So I think it's gonna be an interesting fight.
Who are you favoring right now? I know it's a long ways away, but do you favor the boxer and the mover against the guy that obviously it's the natural 147, probably one of the hardest hitting welterweights right now in boxing?
Um, man, I might favor Brian Norman in this one, just because
Okay.
he's so powerful, man. You know, he's so powerful, and I feel like Devin gonna have to need a little bit of power to gain some respect. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I put it like this: if Devin go in there, man, and fight confident, put them punches together, box and move, be smart, use the referee when he need to, clinch, you know, I feel like he can. It'd be a really, really good fight. But I feel like if he don't commit to having no offensive output like he did Jose Ramirez, I feel like it's gonna be a long night because at some point you gonna have to gain Brian's respect. You gonna have to make him think about walking straight forward at you. And if you ain't
Right.
punching and just letting him walk his way in, you gonna you just gonna be a long night.
Nah, I totally get that. But Devin Haney's last performance, again, he got criticized for what people called running. But as a trainer, coach, how did you see that fight? Do you think it was because there was some trainers that felt like there was a little PTSD, not
Uh,
wanting to get hit? Do you feel that was the case, or do you feel he was just playing it safe because potentially he had a big money fight against Ryan if he
um,
won?
I feel like all of the above. I feel like he potentially had a big money fight, so he was securing the bag, and also a little PTSD, man. You know, that was a you know he went through something in that Ryan Garcia fight. So who wouldn't want to? You know what I'm saying? He fought safe, which I get it, you know. But hopefully he got over that next time out, and you know he get back to letting his hands go. You know the Devin we seen before. You know he punches and bunches, jab, consistent jab up and down, putting them together, turning. But that last fight, he did fight with a little PTSD. But I was expecting that because that was a brutal loss. You know, and at the end
Yeah.
of the day, he only human. So it's just all about how he come back now. You should have been able to shake that off by now. So it's time to get to it.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's where it benefits, in my opinion, a former fighter being a trainer because you understand. You've been in there,
Yeah,
in the
no, for
trenches. So you
sure.
may be able to relate to that a little bit more than somebody that hasn't been like me. I'm like, well, why PTSD? It was a year ago. I don't know. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, but at the end of the day, you gotta come on, man. Nobody
Hmm.
like getting hit.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So you know he played it safe. You know what I'm saying, and got the dub. You know why go in there and be reckless trying to prove a point to some people that don't even matter to you in real life?
that makes perfect
You
sense.
know what I'm saying? Go in there,
Yeah,
man, box, get a dub, and move forward. But he owe his fans a better performance than last time. You
that's
know what I'm saying?
real.
He got to go in there and he got to know, like at the end of the day, as an entertainer, he do got a responsibility. You
Right.
know, and they wasn't happy last time, so next time out, you got to put on a performance. Don't go in there and fight stupid. Go in there, believe in yourself, and fight confidently, and do your shit.
Yeah, yeah. No, I shout him out, man, for taking this fight. This is his first fight at 47, and again, moving up, to face
Fighting a
one
dog, fighting.
a
You feel me?
dog.
So
That's what I'm
yeah,
trying to tell you, man. You got
he
to
ain't
give
ducking no
Dev
smoke.
props. Nah, nah, absolutely, man. We give him respect, man. I rock with the Normans, because they show me love, but
Good people.
Haney, yeah, no, they're good people, and but Haney, again, much respect to him. I think it's going to be a really good fight. The only bad part is we got to wait all the way to November. But the good thing is we
Right.
got a lot of good fights before that, right?
Yeah.
Another fight that I wanted to get your take in the welterweight division is Manny Pacquiao coming back to fight Barrios. What's your thoughts on that one?
Man, I ain't seen I ain't seen Father Time lose yet.
Facts.
I ain't seen Father Time lose yet, so I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, listen, I used to rock hardcore Manny, but 46 years old, you know, uh, last fight or last championship fight or whatever was against Ugas how many years ago?
Yeah,
It didn't look good that fight. I mean, I know he had some exhibition in the middle of that, but I mean, I'm not feeling it. But the fact that he's coming out of retirement to get a title shot is crazy to me too, man.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I don't know. I don't see. He 50. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't really seen Father Time lose yet. So we'll see.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
Even Father Time got Bernard, and he was consistently competing.
Right,
You know
right.
what I'm saying? So
Yeah, yeah,
ain't
yeah.
no telling.
Yeah, because everybody wants to bring up George Foreman, 45, but George Foreman was actually active before that Michael Moore fight. Like he had a
Yeah,
few fights. This guy's just coming out of the woodworks. We haven't seen him in years. But listen, man, for his sake, man, again, I was a big Manny fan growing up. I just hope he doesn't get hurt.
yeah,
You
facts.
know, yeah. I mean, because at the end of the day, that's that. The fighter's safety obviously is what's utmost important. So now I wanted to get your take on that again because that's actually a fight in your division and a potential fight down the road for the winner. For Tiger, maybe a
Yeah, for
Barrios
sure.
fight down the
Later
road.
down the line.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be pretty dope. That'd be pretty dope. I know you touched on the Canelo Crawford fight, so you definitely got Crawford. Tell me why. Moving up 2
Man,
weight classes?
I don't care. Bud
You
is
know,
Bud is different, man.
okay.
But no, I just for real, skills pay the bills. I feel like only thing Canelo could do inside the ring better than Bud is probably punch hard. That's it. What else can he do better than Bud?
I mean, it's not a skill thing for me, coach. It's
It's
always
strength.
been
It's a strength and
punch
ability thing.
resistance, man. Punch
So
resistance. Is he going to
for
be
sure,
able to take that shot, that 168 shot? Well, it's not even
yeah,
168. Canelo will probably be about 185, whatever it is on fight night. Is he going to be able to take that shot?
yeah. But what if he is?
But but that's what I'm saying. That's what makes this fight so intriguing. We
Yeah,
don't
you know what I'm
know.
saying? Because
We
that's the
won't know
thing.
until fight night.
That's all it depends on. Literally,
Right.
that's all it depends on. If Bud can handle the power and not even say handle the power because Bud has one of the smartest boxing minds in the game. He has one of the best teams in the game. So we don't even gotta say if he could take his power. What if he could neutralize it? What if he could
Yeah.
take it away? You
It's
know what
gonna
I'm
be
saying?
interesting, man.
And then it's
Yeah,
gonna
no.
be. You see what I'm saying? So now, don't get me wrong. Now, if Bud can't handle the power, then you know what I'm saying. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. But I think he can, and if he can, what? Put it like this: what can Canelo do if Bud can handle the power? How can Canelo beat him?
I mean, he's gonna have to go to the body, obviously. I mean,
Mhm.
Canelo's gonna have to go to the body, but yeah, I mean, it's intriguing.
He got to get there. He don't know how to cut the ring off.
Well, he didn't look good, right? Against Skull, that was crazy, man. Do
Laura
you think
neither.
that was? Do you
Laura
think that was
neither.
more? Do you think that was more just way too much movement by Skull? Like, how hard is it to cut off the ring against a guy that's doing that much movement, Coach?
No. It's hard because he did not try to commit. But at the end of the day, it's still your job to figure it out. You the
Yeah,
champ. You the all time great.
I got you. No, I definitely got you. But the thing about it is, Bud is so competitive, Coach. Correct me if I'm wrong. He ain't
Yeah.
gonna run.
He
He
not he
ain't
gonna
gonna
take
run.
he gonna take chances when he need to take chances, but also Bud not no dummy. Bud gonna need to be what he need to be when it's time to be it.
Right.
You,
So
you know what I'm saying?
you definitely got him winning this fight. That's
I
what's up.
got Bud, man. I'm rocking with bro. I ain't gonna lie. I got Bud, man.
I love it, Coach. I'm here with Coach Prenice Brewer. Make sure y'all show some love in the chat. Let me see if we think we got we got a question here. We got L Dub Boxing said, will Gache get another opportunity at 154 next? I see he is ranked at number 11 in the WBA. Jesus Ramos will be a good fight.
160. No more 154. He spent 10 years at 154 pounds, man. That 54 weight class is over with for him.
Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. And I just want you to know Toledo Treese is from Ohio. From Toledo, Ohio. He always rep Ohio. He's a big Jared Anderson fan. Albert Bell, I mean, Abdullah Mason,
I
everybody that's from
rebel.
Ohio. Albert Bell's my guy. We've had him on here a couple of times. Good dude. He's like, who you want Jarrett in there with next?
Yours went out. This one won me.
What was that? Coach, can you hear me? I think you broke up. Can you hear me, Coach? Coach, can you hear me? I think you can't hear me. I can see you, but you can't hear me. You may want to jump out and jump back in. Jump out and jump back in. Yeah, man. So we here with Coach Prenice Brewer, man. Shout out to all of y'all that's rocking out. Yeah, man. I see in the chat, man. Eddie Alvarez, appreciate you. Rest in peace to Spider Rico again, man. We are all a part of the Boxing Voice family and community. I just heard a little while ago that longtime caller Spider Rico passed away, and we just want to extend our sincere condolences to his family through this tough time, and to the Boxing Voice family. We all family up in here. When we lose a community member, we lose a family member. So rest in peace to Spider Rico. We'll talk a little bit about that as soon as this is over. Coach, I lost you for a second there. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I done got on my Wi-Fi, so we good now.
Oh, okay, good. So yeah, so one a big Jared Anderson fan said, who would you like to see him in there next?
I don't know, man. That's a good question. Jarrell Miller, probably. I like that.
The Battle of the Babies, the big babies.
Yeah. He be talking too much.
Yeah, he do be
He
talking.
be talking too much, man. All that talking, let fight. And we got time for all that talking.
I would love that
I like.
fight.
Yeah, I would
love
too.
that fight. You know what
Yeah.
fight I would also like? Richard Torres, man, down the road. I think that would be a
Oh,
great
Richie?
fight. Yeah,
I don't
man.
think they'll fight.
Why? Because they're cool?
I don't think. Yeah, they tight, man. I don't know.
Right.
If it made sense, but I don't see it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, had to really, you know what I'm saying? Like, for what? For some pennies?
No, I know. That would have to be a fight that obviously gets high. I didn't know that they were that close. I knew that they were obviously in the same, top rank. And
they cool.
if they got a relationship, then obviously that makes it a little tough. But
yeah,
I don't know. For some reason, man, if Jared does his thing and Richie does his thing, man, it could be a fight that the fans get clamoring for, man.
I can see it. And I mean, I can see it though for sure, but I'm just not sure if it wouldn't be one that Jared would jump to just for the or Richie anyway, just for the simple fact that they, you know what I'm saying, they got they people.
Yeah, no, for sure. As a fight fan, though, and I only got two more, then I'll let you go. You've been with me for a minute, and
That's
I appreciate the time, Coach. You family up in here. Anybody
sure.
that comes to the hangout spot, they family. So you family up in here.
Yeah, for
But,
sure.
So give me one fight that hasn't been made yet as a fight fan that if you could make, you would make in a heartbeat.
That haven't been made that I make Shakur and Tank.
Hasn't been made that you want to see.
Shakur and Tank.
Oh man, thank you, bro. That's one of the fights that I want to see, man.
Shakur and Tank, like Bud and Canelo, Shakur and Tank, Canelo Benavidez.
Yes. Those are two out of we're seeing Canelo Crawford, but David Benavidez against Canelo is another one that I want to see. Yeah. No, that's what's up, man. I would love to see Shakur. How do you see the Shakur Zepeda fight playing out, man? That's next week, man.
I don't see nobody beating Shakur.
Skill level is insane, bro.
I just don't. They can't hit him.
Can't hurt what you can't hit. Would you favor him over Tank? Because I would. I'd pick him over Tank.
Yeah, I would.
Okay. All right. I get shit all the time for that, by the way.
I would. It's just, styles make fights, right? It's not like Tank not just I'm about to walk you down and beat you up fighter. It's not that. I think a lot of people get his power confused. They think he just walk down, knock out artists. He wait for you to overcommit and then he catch you slipping. When have you seen Shakur overcommit?
Right. Absolutely. There's levels, man.
Yeah. So I think it'd be, but if anybody can beat Shakur, it's Tank. Because Tank got enough power to knock out an elephant. Yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? So if anybody can beat Shakur, it'd be Tank. But I got Shakur. Skills pay the bills, man. I think Shakur is just way too talented. I feel like I don't know. I don't. It's not too many people that know their range as much as that boy right there, man. He really
Hmm.
remind me of Money Whether when it come to distance. So I got Tank on it. I mean, I got Shakur on that one.
Shout out to you. I agree with you there, Coach. I agree with you. Were you surprised at Tank and Roach that first fight? And if they do mix it up, do you think it'll be different?
Um, that first one, D, I was surprised, but the second one, it's interesting because I look at it like, okay, I know for a fact Tank in the lab, I know he about to come on a whole nother level, like he about to step it up, just because the competitor and the true champion he is. Um, but Roach is coming in now. Remember that was his first fight at 135.
Right.
So now he about to come back a little more comfortable, a little bigger, a little stronger, more settled in at 135. So I'm just excited to watch it. So I don't know. Cause it was really 50-50. It was a toss up, in
Yeah,
my
man.
opinion. That was a fight where if Tank would have won, I couldn't be mad. If Roach would have won, I couldn't be mad. And I went and of course it was what it was with the draw. You know, that was a fight where it could have literally went any three way and couldn't nobody really be upset about it.
Yeah, man. No doubt,
So
man. It was,
yeah,
yeah. It was funny because I was a little critical when it first got announced because I wanted to see Tank fight Shakur, and I'm like, "They really like, I don't really want to see this fight." And now I want to see the rematch
yeah,
because of what
facts.
happened the first time around, man. You know, Roach earned my respect. Great dude, though. I've met him. Good dude. Put up a hell of a fight. I think
Yeah,
the second one will be even better. I'm not sure if it's official yet. They were talking about August, but here we are in July.
yeah.
So I'm not sure that's going to happen in August, but hopefully it does happen. My last question is one that I like to ask everybody, especially, coaches and people obviously that are students of the game is I want you to build the perfect fighter. And I want you to give me one fighter for each of the following attributes, past or present, but you can't pick the same fighter twice. Remember,
All
you're
right.
building the perfect fighter. All right. So which fighter would you pick for speed? Past or present?
Tiger.
Okay. Power,
Mm. Wilder.
jab.
Larry Holmes.
Mm, love that one. Defense,
Floyd.
footwork,
Ooh, Sugar Ray. Sugar Ray.
ring IQ.
Who I say for defense? I said Floyd.
You said Floyd, you can't pick him again.
But
Mm, chin,
Marvis and Marvin Hagler.
mm. And last but not least, especially in the day and age that we live in today, you got to be able to market yourself. Star appeal.
Oh, shit. Star Appeal.
Yep.
AB.
Hey, B, that's what's up. Coach just built a perfect fighter. That was
AB.
dope. That was dope. I like your
AB.
pick, man.
He
I like
he
your
from
pick.
Ohio, and
Yep.
don't get it twisted, man. If he would have dedicated, if AB would have dedicated himself to this sport and kept getting better and progressing how he was projected to, he was the next Floyd.
Man, coach, I say it all the time. I was telling my wife the other day the same thing. I remember watching him at the lower weight classes when he was fighting young for HBO. I was like, man, this kid, there's something there with this kid, man. The skill,
He had that glow.
the skill, the charisma, I mean, it was there. And then it just as you got in the higher weight classes and obviously all the mess outside of the ring, man. But AB was fun to watch. He's always gonna be one of my favorites, man. I
Yeah,
enjoyed watching AB, man.
yeah,
Hopefully
man, I
he's
love
all right,
AB.
man. Have
Yeah,
you been in contact with him? Is he good?
yeah, he good. I just FaceTimed him probably a couple days ago. Last week, a couple days ago, we was just talking, man. He doing good. He down in Cincinnati right now. He doing all right though.
That's dope, man. Give him my best as well as all your fighters, man. Jared, Tiger. I would love to be able to get Tiger up in here one day. You
I
know,
got you.
yeah, we got to get Tiger up in here so we can introduce him to the Hangout Spot family. Like I said, Coach, anybody that comes to the Hangout Spot, they family, you welcome back anytime.
Appreciate
Hopefully,
you.
you come back, chop it up. Let my viewers know where they can find you, Tiger, on social media.
At Prentice Jr., I put it right there at the bottom, right
You
there.
see it?
Follow
Yep.
me on Instagram and shit, just support, man. And, watch this journey.
I'm
Trying to be the
excited, man.
next Emmanuel Stewart, Eddie Futch.
Word. I'm excited, man. I'm excited, man. And like I said, man, you got to come back, Coach. You got to come back and chop
I
it up,
got
man.
you. I got you.
Hopefully
Appreciate
you
you.
enjoyed it, man. That's what's up. I'm gonna let you go. I know you've been rocking out with me, man, but appreciate the time, and we'll stay in touch so we could, we could chop it up.
All right, for sure. I got you. Thank you for
All right,
having me.
thanks, Coach. All
All right,
right,
for
you
sure.
got it. All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Coach Prenice Brewer was in the building. Excellent interview, man. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I always find it intriguing, that a guy that was a fighter, a professional fighter, kind of moves on beyond that and still decides to stay in the sport, give back, become a trainer. Neither one of them is easy. We spoke about the differences, and Coach kept it real, man. And right now, he's working with a young fighter, Tiger Johnson, who has the potential to be, a future champion at 147. So hopefully, nothing but the best for him. We talked about Jared Anderson, obviously, heavyweight, young heavyweight sensation. Shout out to Treese. Treese actually sent me a message that he wanted some questions to be asked about Jared. Hopefully, Treese, you were watching. Nothing but big things ahead. Hopefully for Jared. We talked about Terrell Gachet. Shout out to Coach, man. Like I said, man, he's doing a good job with Tiger, and we're gonna be rocking with him, bro. He family here at the Hangout Spot, man. And shout out to y'all, man, for rocking out, man. I appreciate that, man. Yesterday we had ladies' night, and I thought it was an absolute success. Shout out to the ladies that joined the panel. Shout out to the ladies that joined the panel. Chevy Red was in the building from Chevy's Red Corner. Make sure you guys follow her on IG. She's putting in the work behind the mic. Boots to ground. She will be live and direct next Friday night in Madison Square Garden, July 11th, for the all-female card, a headline by Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor, Part 3. You got nothing but unifications and undisputed fights on that undercard, man. It's gonna be great, man. Alicia Baumgartner will be fighting on that card. I'm looking forward to that against Jennifer Miranda, undefeated fighter. That is for undisputed at featherweight. You got Savannah Marshall against Shadeja Green. That's for 2 titles at super middleweight. Shanika Johnson against Sharetta Metcalf. That's for undisputed. At bantamweight, Chantel Cameron against Jessica Kamara. That is for the WBC interim super lightweight championship. Tam Thibault will be on the card as well, going for her 3rd victory in a row after her first 2 pro victories being 2 pro fights being victories. It's going to be one hell of a card, man. Shout out to Jake Paul. Even if you don't like him as a fighter, as a boxer, you gotta give him his props for what he's doing, not only as a promoter but as a businessman. This one will be in the big room in Madison Square Garden. This is the second time that Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano main event in the big room, not the small room, the big room at Madison Square Garden. The first time was a sellout. I don't expect this one to be any different. The first 2 fights were bangers. I expect this is going to be one hell of a 3rd fight that's going to make, in my opinion, one of the best trilogies in boxing history, not just for the females, but it's probably going to go up there with the males as well if it has, the amount of action that the first 2 fights had. So shout out to Jake Paul for doing that. And the next Saturday, let's not forget, Ring Magazine card number 3 in Queens, Louis Armstrong Stadium, where they usually do tennis tournaments, but it seats about 10, 11,000 people. That card will be headlined by either Shakur Stevenson and William Zepeda, or my guy Edgar Berlanga, the chosen one, against Hamza Shiraz. They're calling it a co-main event type deal. I don't know who will be the last fight. Personally, I really don't care. I just care about the fights on the card because I'm a fight fan and I'm interested in seeing those fights. I may be boots to ground. I'm still trying to figure out the logistics of that. But let's say hypothetically I'm not boots to ground. We're thinking about doing a live fight chat for that. So hopefully you guys are on board. If we decide to do that, we're going to rock out. Coach Marcus Walker is in the building. Coach, what's good, man? I enjoy your work, Coach. So he's talking about Prenice Brewer. That's right, man. And I'm sure he say the same about you, Coach Marcus Walker, and his son, my bro, Kamarie King Cam Walker, 5-0 with 5 knockouts, is going to be fighting this Saturday. I'm sorry, this Saturday, July 5th, BLK Prime. Make sure y'all check it out. My guy is going for his 6th win in a row to start a really, really good, promising young career. So shout out to you, Coach Walker. Hopefully you are either in Louisiana already or you're on your way there. It's Wednesday. I'm assuming you have to be there, but I'm going to give you a shout out as soon as this call is over, as soon as this show is over, to check up on you and make sure everything is good on your end. Nothing but love for the Walkers. Make sure you guys support. Again, they are family. BLK Prime, Black Prime. It's on Saturday, July 5th, Shreveport, Louisiana. My man King Cam Walker will be on the card. And then again, next week we got hella boxing. In fact, this weekend starts a string of great fights. We talked about them yesterday with the females. July is going to be absolutely on fire. It's summer. It's only fitting that we have one of the hottest months of the year in boxing. Every single weekend we got great boxing. We talked about it today with Coach Prenice Brewer. We also got Manny Pacquiao, Mario Barrios. That's July 19th. Then the 25th, 26th, we got boxing. Xander Zayas is actually going for his first title at 154. He's going to be fighting as well. We got hella boxing, bro. Shout out to boxing, man. Shout out to boxing.
Let's go, champ. My man.
Yeah, man. We rocking out here on a Wednesday night. And we just had Coach Prenice Brewer in the building. If you guys are joining in, make sure you check out that interview afterwards. It'll be directly at the Hangout spot on YouTube. If you're watching this live on YouTube, make sure you smash that like button. If you're watching this live on Facebook at millions.co, make sure you throw us a like. Come on over, subscribe to the channel, tell a friend to tell a friend. We are growing. There's power in numbers. We are less than 40 subscribers away. Last I checked, to 2,200. So help us get to that next goal of 2,200, then 300, then 400. We're growing by the day here at the Hangout spot. Nothing but big things ahead. Tomorrow night, we got another banging interview. Championship referee Tony Weeks is confirmed. He will be in the building tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you guys are here early, 9 o'clock. We're going to get started. We're going to cook. And it's going to be an amazing interview. We have yet to have a referee here at the Hangout spot. And for the first time, for the first referee, we doing it big, bro. It don't get any bigger than Tony Weeks, bro. Championship fights after championship fights, man. And we're going to get into the mind of one of the best in the business. So make sure you're here. And if you got some questions, throw them in the chat, man. Throw them in the chat so I could get you guys involved, man. But yeah, man, David Garcia was rocking out. And he said, check up on your loved ones, family up, prayer for Spider Rico family. Yeah, man, I just heard that just a little bit before I went live. Obviously, Spider Rico, for those of you guys that don't know, passed away. He's one of the more popular callers on the Boxing Voice. And obviously, you know that I co-host occasionally with Ness on the Boxing Voice. So I've been hearing Spider Rico calls for the past year and change. And it's just a sad situation, man. The only thing that I will say about that is just make sure, again, you live life to the fullest. And if you are suffering through any mental health issues, man, I take that shit serious, man. I take mental health serious. If you are suffering through any mental health issues, make sure you reach out. There are people out there that can help, but you just can't suffer in silence, man. You can't suffer in silence. If you see anybody, if you know of anybody that you are close to that's suffering for any type of mental health issue, make sure you reach out and extend a helping hand, man. At the end of the day, we're all humans. We're all humans. We're all brothers and sisters, man. You know what we drive here at the Hangout spot. It's all about family. And when we lose a community member in the Boxing Voice or here or anywhere, we all suffer, man, because we're all family at the end of the day. So shout out and my condolences to the Boxing Voice community, Ness, obviously the family of Spider Rico. We are here. Podhead is in the building. Appreciate you. Rest in peace to Spider Rico. We just said that. Dwayne Styles is in the building. Salute to you, my brother. Thank you for rocking out here on a Wednesday night. Pothead, salute to you, my brother, with the salute and the Puerto Rican flag. You already know. Luis Hernandez is up in the building. Yeah, I'm assuming the boxing voice is still on. Z Pacino, salute to you, my brother.
Let's go, champ.
And salute to Coach Prenice. Good interview, man. Coach Prenice keeps it real, man. He's my guy, man. He is my guy, man. L Dub Boxing, thanks for the question, man, and thanks for rocking out. More importantly, Treese, we did read your question. My brother, the Boxing Maniac, was good. Came in to check up on a brother. Appreciate you, my guy. Alberto was in the building. Shout out to you, my guy. Chad was good, Chad. Yeah, man. Rest in peace to a TBV community member, Spider Rico. I heard that a little bit before I went live. So rest in peace. Yeah. A loss of a life is tragic. Rest in peace to all those affected. I agree. And again, mental health is very, very serious. So I share that with you guys again. If you know of anybody that's suffering through mental health issues, man, reach out and help, man. Extend a helping hand. You never ever know how far that's going to go towards saving a life. I'll make a short of this. That's how serious I am about this. That's nothing to play around with, man. Yeah, man. But we gotta continue to help, our fellow friends and our fellow community members. So shout out to all of y'all that are here, rocking out. Like I said, great interview with Prenice, man. I'm really, really excited for what the future is going to bring for Tiger Johnson, man. I really am, man. There's a lot to like there, but Coach said that it could be a potential, maybe a couple more fights, before he's ready. They'd like probably 2 more fights, maybe another fight, and maybe that fight after that. A shot at either an eliminator or a champion at 147. There is an open strap. I believe the IBF, I believe the Ring Magazine is vacated as well. But we're looking forward to. We talked to him about Brian Norman Jr. and Devin Haney. That fight obviously is official. Word is that there is a rematch clause, but it's on one side. It's for Brian Norman Jr. If he loses, he gets the rematch clause activated. And a lot of people are either criticizing it or a lot of people actually on social media that I'm reading are criticizing it, which I don't make. It doesn't make any sense to me because that's usually how it's always been for years, for decades, right? I mean, if the champion loses, usually he will have a rematch clause to try to get his title back. Now, I think the reason why they're saying that is because Brian Norman Jr. went on the Boxing Voice yesterday and said there wasn't one and he didn't care for one because he's going to win this fight. And I strongly believe that he didn't push for that. That had to have been his team that pushed for that. Again, he has a management team. Shout out to Adrian Clark, Jolie Mazzone, Fighters First Management. We've had Adrian Clark here. He is a DHS family member, the Hangout Spot family member. And their job is to negotiate the best possible deal for their client, whether it's money, whether it's clauses, whether it's ring size, whether it's where they're fighting. Their job is to negotiate that, and that's why you hire those guys. The fighter's job is to fight. And Brian Norman Jr., y'all should know, he just wants to fight. Where, when, and how much. And I'm in there. And with Brian Norman Jr., there's no cap. It doesn't matter where it is. He will fight you anywhere. He will put a ring. He has told me, he's told us in interviews, he'll put a ring in the backyard and he'll fight you there. He wants to be known as a world champion, meaning he just doesn't have to defend his title in the States. He wants to defend it in other countries. He wants other countries to be under his belt notch. So the fact that people are looking back and throwing shade at the Normans for that, I mean, come on, man. That's just common negotiation. And to me, it doesn't change anything at all. It's not going to change the mindset. He's still going to want to go in there, and walk through Devin. Devin's still going to want to go in there and win this fight. So to me, it really doesn't change anything. People were like, would that put extra pressure on Devin? because if he loses, he's not getting another crack at it. Devin already has enough put the pressure on himself to win this fight. He's going to train hard. He knows what he's up against, bro. Bill knows what he's up against. We go back and forth about who we're picking in this fight. I get it. It's good banter, it's good for the show, it's good for debates. But at the end of the day, there's no disrespect for either one of these fighters. I've said it. I've said it on numerous occasions. I applaud both these fighters for making this happen. We live in a day and age where sometimes we don't get the fights that we want to see because we don't have these two type of fighters that are willing to just, regardless of the age, regardless of the O on their record, they're willing to put it all out in the line. We need to see more of this. We need to applaud this. This is why we need to embrace this fight. We need to hype this fight up. So again, just like Coach alluded to earlier, kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't as a fight fan. We don't get the fights, we complain. We get the fights, we complain about something else. We didn't want that fight. Or we complain because of, a certain stipulation in a contract. Bro, who cares? It's not going to change how these guys train and how these guys go about looking into this, looking at this fight. So I think it's going to be a great fight. Again, the only bad part about this fight, and I've said it a million times already, is that we got to wait more than 4 months for it.
This is nasty.
But good things come to those who wait. So that's a good thing, right? So I'm thinking, we'll wait 4 months and change, but we're going to get a great fight. So that's worth waiting for, in my opinion. Another, the good thing about not seeing that fight in November, and is because it's also is that it's not like we're not going to have good fights in between. We just talked about it. The summer is on fire. The summer's on fire. So we went into depth. Went in depth yesterday with the females on what we're gonna expect. But yeah, man, boxing is picking up. We've had a great year of boxing so far. It's been a great year here at the Hangout spot. We had a great month of June. We got off to a good start yesterday, for ladies' night. So I just want to thank everybody for rocking out there. Tomorrow, we are right back at it, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, we got championship referee Tony Weeks in the building. 9 p.m. We will get started. We're putting the questions together. You know how we do it up here. Interviewing is our bread and butter. We're not looking to be a good interviewer. We're looking to be the best interviewer in boxing podcast because you guys deserve it, because you guys are the best boxing family out there in podcasting. The Hangout Spot family, bar none. I'll put us against anybody, man. I'll put us against anybody. Shout out to the Boxing Voice community as well. Like I said, big loss tonight with the loss of Spider Rico. My condolences to Nestor Gibbs, all the co-hosts, obviously. We are all co-hosts. We all talk to these callers when we're on the panel. We go back and forth, we debate, but at the end of the day, a life is a life. And when one of us, lose each other in these communities, we all suffer, we all mourn together. So, shout out to the community. Like I said, we got to try to keep our heads up. One thing I will tell you is Spider Rico love boxing, and that's what we're talking about. So, he's probably looking down on all of us here, the Boxing Voice, when Tone does his live, and just saying, yo, keep doing your thing. And that's what we got to do. We got to stay strong. We got to keep doing our thing, bro. And we will continue to do our thing. But yeah, man, want to shout all of you guys. Black Ray Donovan, what's good?
Let's go, champ.
We live, baby. We live. The Normans are so humble. Man, salute to them for real. Listen, man, it's I tell people this all the time. Man. It's I don't understand why people hate on Brian Norman Jr. How do you hate on Brian Norman Jr., man? Such a good dude. He's focused. He just wants to fight. Confident. He's living the life of a professional fighter. He's getting better and better. He's exciting to watch in the ring. He's a good dude outside of it. It's hard. It's hard for me to imagine why people hate on him, man. It's hard to root against him, in my opinion. Not for nothing. Again, y'all know they like family to me. But I'm looking at it like I didn't know the Normans. I would still be a huge fan of Brian Norman Jr. because I love the way he carries himself and I love what he does in the ring. And he's a hard worker. So, yeah, man, they're humble. But I think a lot of people, obviously, it's no secret that a lot of people hate on Brian Norman Jr. because of senior. He's obviously a little bit different. He's boisterous. He likes to talk a lot of trash. He's not afraid. He doesn't back down from anybody either, whether it's a caller, whether it's a fan, whether it's another trainer. We've seen what happened with him and Bill Haney. Whether if it's another fighter, another podcaster. I mean, he actually fought Greg Hackett. Why? Because they went back and forth at each other, on a podcast show on Mill City. So Senior don't duck no smoke. He doesn't pretend to duck any smoke. He talks the talk, but he walks the walk. And I think that rubs a lot of people the wrong way. But, it is what it is. This is boxing, bro. You cannot blame a father for being ultra confident in his son, especially if he's his trainer. So, we gotta just look at what Brian Norman Jr. brings to the table, bro. And hope again that we get a great fight. Come November, man. There hasn't been a date announced, so hopefully it'll be in the beginning part of November and not closest to Thanksgiving. We still don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe your boy hit the hangout spot, winds up in Saudi, bro. We Team Norman, so stay tuned, bro. You never know what to expect. It's just like the shows. You never know who's gonna pop up here at the hangout spot. Tomorrow we got Tony Weeks, but you never know who's gonna pop up next week. We're working on some big interviews next week, and we'll keep you posted. Again, I'll throw some more stuff out there. Make sure you guys are following me on IG or on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. That's usually where I update, my stories. I give updates and links on future shows and guests. So definitely follow me on IG. I want to appreciate everybody on millions.co. Again, that's my new site. I'm streaming my lives there. I have my merchandise there. Guys, if you guys have not seen the site, make sure you check it out. Make sure you check it out, man. It's loaded with content. Not only do we have the same shows afterwards that we have on YouTube, but millions.co just also puts together a lot of shorts of the shows. And if you're on the panel, because I like to take calls, I like to get panel members, check out my page on millions.co because they have put together some shorts where we've had panel members that they highlight, like Stock Chasers had a short, Chad from Canada had a short, the Boxing Maniac, he was in here. There was a short that they put together where he was talking about Brian Norman Jr. and Boots. So yeah, man, definitely check out the page on millions.co. Millions.co. This is where you will find the hangout spot. As you can see right now, we are streaming live. The same show that we're streaming now on YouTube, we're streaming live there. There's also a media tab. This is where all my shorts are located. As you can see, all of my interviews backdated. Najee Lopez. We got some shorts with the WBO champion Brian Norman. We got some shorts with Joseph Bless Hands O'Donnell. That's an interview that I did boots to ground. Jorge Linares, the great Jorge Linares. Naomi Cardenas, who we had on about a week ago. I mean, look at me. This is just excellent content that they are putting together. We got hella interviews, hella content. So make sure you guys check out my page at millions.co and subscribe. This is where you subscribe at the bottom. That way you can get email notifications on new material that's coming out. That is obviously free. I did receive my first tip from a viewer on millions.co yesterday. So shout out. That was a $25 tip that I did receive because there's an option for the viewers on Millions to be able to leave a tip for any one of my shows. And then right here, if you want to get a Hangout Spot t-shirt or a hoodie, you can just go there and you can shop. As you can see, all different colors, all different sizes from extra small to 5X, male and female cuts for both the t-shirts and the hoodies. Again, there you go. If you want to cop a Hangout Spot t-shirt, we got all colors. We got all sizes. Again, both male and female cuts. So if you want to support the channel, definitely hop on to Millions. The link is pinned to the chat if you want to get a t-shirt and rock out, man. It would be definitely much appreciated. Reek Havoc is in the building. Yeah, man. I guess you heard about Spider Rico, man. I guess you heard about Spider Rico. I call Tank Davis little G baby Tank Davis because of Spider Rico. Yeah, I believe he was a Tank Davis guy. Chad in Canada was good. Come up with the come up was blue collar and hard work. Normans are the real deal. Absolutely, bro. They did it the hard way, bro. There was no silver spoon in their mouth coming through the ranks. They came up the hard way, and people didn't even know who Brian Jr. was. A lot of people didn't even know who Brian Jr. was going into that Santillan fight. That's what I'm telling you. Not a lot of people gave him a chance to win that fight, and he absolutely cooked. Could have been knockout of the year. But you know what he said? If I didn't get it that year, I'm getting it this year. And if I don't get it this year, he's told me next year somebody's in for another rude awakening. That's how the WBO champion, my man B Norm the Storm rocks, bro. Hard guy to root against, man. Hard guy to root against, man. Vega, what's good? No link for what? What are you talking about? I do not have a link pinned to the chat. Hold on a second. You mean merchandise link or you mean a call in? I didn't know if anybody wanted to call in, but if anybody does want to call in and talk a little bit of boxing, I'll stick around. Absolutely, man. Make sure you guys smash that like button and tell a friend and subscribe to the channel. We are less than 40 subscribers away from 2,200. We just made 2,000. I don't know. Was it about a week ago? So we've been a week and a half ago. So yeah, we've been cooking. Oh, not a call-in show. Well, yeah. No, we could definitely take callers, bro. If you want to jump on and talk a little bit of boxing, I just threw the link in the chat. Let me pin that to the top. I'm actually replacing the link that I put in there to get to my millions.co page if you want to get a t-shirt or a hoodie. But I'll just put that in the chat as well, because I definitely want people to check that out, man, and support the movement, bro. This is how we doing it up here at the Hangout spot. I just pinned the link to the chat if you want to call in and talk some boxing. Again, sometimes the best times to get through a tough time is just to talk that boxing. Alberto, yeah, man, let's get to that 2,200 by the 4th of July, bro. We got until what, Friday? Let's do it, man. We less than 40 away. Come on, man. Tell somebody to tell somebody to tell somebody else to subscribe. Y'all, I know all of y'all got like 3 or 4 email addresses, bro. I don't care how we get there. There's power in numbers, bro. There's power in numbers, man. Help me get to 2,200 by Friday. Tomorrow we got a big interview with Tony Weeks. I'm looking forward to that. So I think we'll have hella viewers in there. But we got Alex Vega in the building. Alex Vega, you got your camera on? Let me find out. I'm honored. Am I finally in that circle?
No work tomorrow. That's why. Your show's on so late for me. You know, I work at 5:30 in the morning. So, you know, when I call into your show, it's usually when I'm walking the dogs. I'm staying up way later than I should. My girl's yelling at me, shut up.
I'm surprised, because there are times where I know you get up early, but I'm here at 12:30, whatever, and you're still in the, like, how do you sleep?
Not much. Yeah, I'm like I think a lot of people are like that, unfortunately, nowadays. Which we all should be better. We all should be sleeping. You know, they say 7 hours around that, but yeah, I'm like a 3-4 hour a night guy.
Yeah, if I could get a good 4 or 5 hours, I'm good. But it wasn't like that when I was younger, bro. I used to sleep for days, man. I could go 10, 11 hours, which I can't do that anymore. You know, I got to get up in the morning. I work too. I got a day job, unfortunately. I got 2 jobs now with this thing at night. But we putting in the work, Vega. Hopefully this will be the only job one day. But what's going on, man? Talk to me. We had Prenice Brewer on a little while ago talking about his transition from fighter to trainer. He's obviously training Tiger Johnson. He's training Jared Anderson. And we talked a little bit about that. And he's trading Terrell Goucher. So, you know, I like Prenice, man. Good dude. It was a good interview. If you didn't check it out, make sure you check it out. But, you know, a lot of people are in the Boxing Voice talking about the whole Spider Rico thing. It's a shame, man.
Yeah, man. One thing I've always promoted is let's promote mental health, not mental illness. So that's what I have to say about that. And in regards to Prentice Brewer, man, those are 3 pretty good fighters, 3 guys that are in the mix or can be in the mix and snap of a fingers, I would say. Did you see Tiger Johnson mention that he would like to fight Hammer Hands on the Norman Haney undercard.
Nah, I didn't see that, man.
See, that's why you need me, bro. Put me on the payroll.
Yeah. No. Whatever I don't see, you see. And I asked him, I said, what's next for Tiger? And he said, we're working on something, but he really didn't allude to who. Or if I would have known that, I would have thrown that name out there. See if I get like a reaction.
It was on Twitter today.
Yeah. Oh, it was on today? Okay, yeah.
Shake the tree, right?
Yeah. It's tough for me during the day, especially when I got calls and conference calls and stuff. So I try to catch up. I try to leave TVV playing in the background so I could at least hear it. But I didn't hear that part of it. That would be a good fight, man.
Yeah, I see it like this, right? Tiger, he made it to the Olympics. He was not expected to medal, and he exceeded expectations. Mm-hmm. And then with Julian, he was a guy that was a high level amateur, didn't make it to the Olympics, and kind of, for what would you say, a couple of years, kind of fizzled out as a prospect. And now he's re-arrived. Now he's a hot name. How do we know? Tiger Johnson's calling him out.
Yeah. No. Alberto said I'm a subscriber to all my Gmails. Well, hopefully you got 30 Gmails, bro. Not yet, bro. Not yet. I'm a long ways away from that. I appreciate the kind words, but I will tell you, that's the goal, man, to one day get to that level, man. We working, man. We putting in the work. Alberto says, guys, honest thoughts on Tiger. He's gotten a lot better. Like I like the way he's looked the last couple of fights, especially the one against not Boca Chica, the one before that. Kendo Castaneda, he cooked in that fight.
Kendo's not easy.
Oh hell no, man! I thought that was going to be a lot harder. I was looking forward to that fight, and he absolutely cooked. We talked about that as well. The game plan was to box this guy because he had power. This Boca Chica. That was the game plan. We talked a little bit about that during the interview. So he was happy with his performance, and again, they're still improving. I like his improvement. I do. I've always liked Tiger, but there was a point early in his career that I felt like I needed to see a little bit more. Like he had the ability. This is me watching as a fan. He had the ability to push it in another gear, and I kind of felt like he didn't do that. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
We got Rachel Donaire in the building. Hey, Rachel. Shout out to you, Rachel. If you want to call in, man, you want to talk some boxing, I put the link in the chat. You are always welcome. Shout out to Rachel Donaire. I've met her a few times at the MVP most valuable cards in Caribbean Royale. Obviously, Nonito's my guy. I've interviewed him live, taken pictures with both of them before. Yeah. This is the hangout spot. This is the hangout spot. So if you want to come aboard and you want to hang out and talk a little bit of boxing, come on up. I put the link in the chat, Rachel. You are always welcome. You are family here at the hangout spot.
Shout out Rachel, man. My back call sister.
Yeah, man. She's out and about, man. Shout out to her, man. Shout out to her. Much respect. Love Nonito. So yeah, Rachel, come on in and talk to us, man. Give us an update on Nonito and what's going on. But so that was my take on it, but I'm happy to see that there has been a lot of progression. And that's one of the things I told Prenice. Like, I love, what you're doing with them, because this is, I believe he said 5 fights. They've been together as the head trainer.
Okay.
As the head trainer. He's always been, assistant, but he took over about 4 or 5 fights ago. So what's your take? Answer that question for Alberto.
Yeah, no, I have to say, I agree with you. There was a time where it kind of felt a bit stalled out, but since he's moved up divisions, he's kind of given me the more that I've been looking for. I got to say, though, the Boca Chica fight, it got a little rough when Boca Chica was pressuring. It seemed as if, Tiger, he wasn't, like referencing what you said, he wasn't showing that extra gear, but then he did. Was it what I wanted exactly? Yes and no. But he was able to secure that victory and secure it in a how do you say, in a clear way, right? It was a clear victory.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But I would say this: I don't think Boca Chica is the best at being a pressure fighter. If he would have fought a guy like Rohan Polanco, it might be a different fight. Now that's a fight I would love to see. However, they're both top ranked, and with Brian Norman, if Brian Norman, when he wins, according to I would say the consensus over here, right? He's going to go back to top rank, and it would make more sense for both of them to be readily available for Brian Norman as title defenses. specifically in Atlanta, which I've been calling. Brian Norman Sr., man, I've been telling you, that's the fight we need. Top rank, that's the fight that we want. We want to see Brian Norman get that hometown fight because he deserves it. Yeah, he says he wants to be a road warrior, but there's just nothing better than a hometown fight. And I think we won't have a hometown curse with Brian Norman. Why do I feel that way? Have you ever seen a Brian Norman Jr. interview? The guy is the most level-headed 24-year-old I've ever heard in my life. So yeah, man. Big things coming, cooking with Top Rank when it comes to welterweight division.
So I'll tell you. Yes, I have seen a Brian Norman Jr. interview. I'm very, very familiar with Brian Norman Jr. interviews. In fact, I've spent personal time with him. Great guy, man. Again, what you see, and this is why I'm glad you guys are noticing that, right? When he comes on the Boxing Voice, when he comes here, when he comes on all these channels, he's just a hard guy to root for because he just wants to be great. He has no issues living the life of a professional fighter. He's not really into all these interviews and stuff. I mean, we spoke about that. He's not that type of guy. He just wants to fight. But, he's the champion of the world and people want to, he needs to be heard. He needs to be able to market his brand as well. I told him that. So I'm glad that he's going out there and he's showing, the true boxing fans that, who he is as not just a person, a great guy. Great guy, man. Great guy. And I'm looking forward to that fight. But so did you hear about the rematch clause that popped up? Because I know he went on the Boxing Voice yesterday and said he didn't believe there was one. He didn't care if there was one. Now all of a sudden there's a one-sided one for him. If he loses, he gets a clause. And a lot of people are crapping on it. How do you feel about that?
I'm not a fan of rematch, forced rematch clauses. They have that clause in the contract because sometimes it just doesn't warrant it. Now, listen, if there's a rematch clause and if someone gets cooked and they said, you know what, I lost fair and square 10-2, I got knocked out and I was losing, I'm not going to exercise it. That's cool. But to give these guys that opportunity to have, and a lot of them, I feel like they hold up not just fights but divisions with these clauses. I don't care to see a Bivol Better Beef 3. I don't. And people feel like, oh, well, he owes it to him. First of all, I think Bivol won both fights. The first one was close for sure, but I felt Bivol edged it. Then I feel like second half of that second fight, cooks the guy. Like literally, I felt like he really cooked him. It was obvious he was better. Why does he owe him a third one? Why do we want to see it? We don't. But for people to be like, oh, it's out of honor, oh, out of respect, oh, contractually. No, I don't want to hear any of that. Rematches should be warranted by the fights, not by the contract, number one. But I understand it's a business. They know there's a market for it. And also that's what the event holder wants. So that's what we're going to get for that fight in particular. But yeah, not a big fan of rematch clauses, but I get it. Yeah. You got to get something on your side when it comes to these negotiations and these contracts.
Yeah, no, again, it's this is part of a contract negotiation, and it's not the first time or the last time that a champion gets that in its favor. I mean, he's the champion, but fans are going to be fans. But we are joined by the great Rachel Donaire. Rachel, how are you? How are you?
I'm chilling. This is the first week I've actually felt good. Like, it has been a whirlwind. Like, what are we? Okay, so we're July 2? July 2?
July 2nd. Yep. We are officially in the second half of 2025, which is crazy to me.
Back half.
Years.
Yeah. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember around this time last month, or maybe a week before, whenever Lilo and Stitch came out, really. Nonito looked at me. We were at a restaurant. Someone sat next to him. It was like a bar top type. And someone sat next to him and he was like, babe, I don't think I have a fight. I was like, listen, I think you should just keep training. And he's like, I'm going to eat. I'm going to eat a lot tonight. And I was like, I don't think you should. And some guy sat next to Nonito. And I remember it to the T. And he was like, oh, you're in boxing, blah, blah, blah. He's like, my friend's in boxing. He's a trainer. He's like, hold on, let me FaceTime him. So this dude FaceTimes Nonito. And this guy tells him, "Oh, I know the guy you're fighting." And Nonito's like, "What the fuck?" He looks at me. I was like, "I fucking told you." I was like, "They're just waiting for you to be comfortable." I was like, "So you're not going to be comfortable." I was like, "We're still going to train." And luckily, he didn't go off his diet then, to make sure that he was going to make weight on, what was it, June 13th was the weigh-in. Um, and it just happened by chance. It was, serendipity or whatever, that we met this random dude that told us that they knew who we were fighting when we didn't know who we were fighting.
Wow. That's pretty
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah. Well, that's boxing. I mean, boxing is just crazy like that, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of games. It's definitely a lot of games. It's a lot of I remember when we were supposed to, so we were told like end of April, early May, that we were going to fight on June 14th. And they gave us the opponent. Nonito had done some Instagram reel that's like, lightning's coming, something like coming soon. It had a training video. And then all of a sudden that opponent fell through. So from May, the beginning of May till the end of May, pretty much, Nonito was like, "Okay, I don't have an opponent. Am I still fighting?" And so it was kind of in limbo for him. Of course, he's trying to focus, but he's like, "I don't even know if I'm fighting. Am I fighting? Am I not fighting? Do I have someone?" Um, and that's why I said it's been a long month, because it's between not knowing who's going to fight, then it became a rush to he's fighting, going to Argentina, and all the fun stuff in Argentina. And then if anyone knows me, um personally, they'll know that as soon as the fight ends, like within 48 hours, I get like sick, like I can't get out of bed. And I think it's just because travel, stress of the fight week, stress of camp, and the release of all the anxiety and all the emotions, that my body just basically is like, "Okay, well, we kept you healthy until then. Now we're gonna make you rest."
Mm.
So yeah, so this is pretty much the first week I actually felt like a normal human being.
Well, that's good. Again, I'm glad you brought that up. For my viewers, again, let's welcome Rachel Donaire, the lovely wife of my guy, Nonito Donaire, man, one of the best to ever do it. Thank you for coming on the show. I've been trying to get you on for a while. We hooked up. I've interviewed Nonito at the fights, and we actually took a picture, me, you, and him, a really nice picture. I'm going to send it to you on DM. It's actually a really nice picture we took, I think, last year at Caribbean Royale, because I'm always at those fights. But I'm glad you're feeling better. Obviously, Nonito is coming off a win in Argentina. How's he doing with the cut, though?
His cut it's closed. It closed in a couple days. It wasn't really the cut that was bothering him as much as the headbutt impact, right? Like the cut was a result of the headbutt that swelled up in the amount of time that they were trying to count the scorecards or whatever. It was a little bit of it was unorganized. I mean, not how they ran it, but you know how like here in the US, like you can't run behind the telecast. You can't run, you can't yell at the judge's table, right? The head table. You can't like there's certain things you can't do here in the US that the commission is really hands-on, is like, you can't be on the ropes. You can't do this. You can't go in the ropes, right? In Argentina it wasn't like that. So when the headbutt occurred and the referee called it and they're going to the scorecards, there was what you guys didn't see, all that was off camera, was about 3 of their cornermen went behind the telecast and started watching the video replay, causing a commotion there. There was another guy that was yelling at head table from in the ring, but head table outside of the ring, yelling at them. They're trying to calculate the scorecards. He's 2 feet away from me. He turns and looks at me and starts yelling at me. So there was a lot of commotion going on outside that you guys didn't see. It was definitely a different atmosphere than we're used to. But it all panned out. And I mean, like, I looked at the guy, he was like yelling at me. It's like, you know, it's from a punch. I was like, he punched him on the left side of his head. He has a cut on his right. How did he get a cut on his right?
Right.
You know, but at the same time, like, I'm thinking, right? First of all, I'm in a foreign country. Second of all, what am I gonna do? Am I really gonna get in a fight with this guy? No, Nino's gonna turn around seeing this guy yelling at me. It could be an all-out brawl in another country. Not a good look. So you know, I bit my tongue a lot more than I would have if we were in the US. But just things to consider when you fight out of country.
Great take. I love that. I love that. And you know, this is groundbreaking here because I'm thinking, right, and I'm listening to you talk. I've had so many different people on this channel that I've interviewed. Announcers, champions, fighters. Tomorrow we got Tony Weeks. Last couple weeks ago we had Jim Lampley. We've had Claudia. All different boxing figures. I've never had the wife of a professional fighter. So this is dope that I get to get into the mind of a professional fighter, not just any professional fighter. By the way, you know, future Hall of Famer. So tell me, how hard is it as the wife of a fighter? I mean, the sacrifice. You just said, for those of you guys that are listening, Rachel was sick, you know, because of, you know, all those, you know, everything surrounding the fight, the travel, obviously the stress. How hard is it, and the sacrifices that you have to make as a wife of a professional fighter?
I think that's kind of like a trick question. And the reason I'm going to say that to you is because listen, you've seen me on a lot of the, you know, YouTube channels. Vegas talked to me behind the scenes on Discord and stuff like that. Like, I'm very vocal and I'm very involved in the business. Not just the fact that I'm involved in a very male dominated sport, but in addition to, I know what the hell it means to cut weight. I used to fight myself. So my take on what camp is, first of all, most wives aren't in camp, most girlfriends aren't in camp. And then in addition to that, they also don't know the sacrifice. They're like, oh, well, you know, you took a vacation, quote unquote, from us for 8 weeks, and I'm watching the kids and you're not here, and they're whining, and they don't see what you're doing. They don't understand the cut. And I remember in 2008, we were getting married in August, and it was, I believe, April or May. I was fighting for regionals, and I was going to nationals again. I've been national team since, God, the year, 96, I was a national champion, and then how many times US, Philippine, and military collegiate champion. So I've been on numerous teams, and when we met, I was still competing. That's literally how we met. And I remember one time, like a couple times, where when we were dating, we were both cutting weight. So he'd be like, hey, let's go run 5 miles. We'll lose 5 pounds, and then we'll go eat at Applebee's. He'll lose 5 pounds. I'd lose 1.2. And I would be pissed, and I'm crying. And he's like, why are you crying? I'm like, the stupidest thing, I know it now, but I would cry for apple chimney cheesecake because that's what I was craving. You know? We'd go to a sauna, and we would get waterproof playing cards from Spencer's. And we would play cards in the sauna just to distract both of us. As we're both trying to cut weight. And at that point, I had to make 101.3. It was the lowest division for the women's category in Taekwondo. And he would have to make 112, which is what he was fighting when we had met. And eventually, it was June, I believe. And we were getting married in August. My dad was like, listen, I know you qualified for nationals. I know you want to defend. And he's like, but I don't think you should. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like, I think that you're too focused on your wedding in August, and I think I'm going to pull you out because it's dangerous for you. I agreed. So I didn't fight nationals that year. I didn't make team. And after that, you know, Nonito and I had a conversation. He's like, listen, this is not where, you know, Ronda Rousey wasn't like making the money. She wasn't making the waves yet, right? Taekwondo was, you know, it's an amateur sport. You go to the Olympics, that's pretty much it. And or you go to MMA, and in MMA there was no waves for women fighters. So he basically said, I want you to just be my support team, manage me, and, work with a camp, work logistics and things like that. But I don't want you to fight anymore. He's like, he's like, I understand you love it. He's like, but the money is in hit me as in Nonito fighting. Yep. So I took, the back seat and just had to figure out stuff with Cameron Duncan. Cameron Duncan had a plethora of fighters then. He had Tim Bradley, he had Jesse, he had a bunch of fighters. And he couldn't logistically figure out like things that, for example, if Nonito had to do medicals, you would call the doctor's office and then you would call me and see if he was available for that time. And then you would call the doctor's office again and do all the stuff that was unnecessary. So, eventually I was like, Cameron, like, just tell me who I have to call and I'll schedule the appointments. It doesn't make any sense for you to schedule the appointments for me. And then eventually Cameron, he had ups and downs in his medical career, medical history, and said, hey, I'll teach you what I know, and we'll co-manage Nonito. His health deteriorated even more and was like, I taught you everything. Go ahead and do it yourself. And we were still very close up until, he passed.
Wow, that's crazy. When it was time for you to kind of take over full reins, like were you nervous? I mean, it seems like you were prepared, but again, this is boxing, right? A predominantly male sport, female. The business of boxing is crazy, and you're not just managing anybody; you're managing Nonito Donaire.
I mean, I've had some big hitters in the game where I, picked up the phone, made the phone call, got the phone slammed in my face because they wouldn't talk to a female. And all of those people now today are very respectful, very kind to me. I guess because I finally, earned my stripes. But no, it was definitely difficult. It took people who really trusted in me, people that saw what I was doing, saw that, like, listen, like, if we're in the gym, we're in the gym. Like, every single person in Las Vegas will tell you, if Nonito's training, Rachel's there. And I'm not, I hair tied up, no makeup, gym sweats, or, yoga pants or whatever with a sweatshirt on. Like, I'm not out spending money and shopping. Like, and so that's, I guess, like when I was saying, like, I think that's a trick question, because that I'm not that normal person. I know what it takes to go through competition. I know what it means that you have 8 weeks, possibly 12 weeks, to show everything that you did in 45 minutes in front of a worldwide audience. I know the sacrifice that my family takes to do those things, and it's just different because of the fact that, listen, it's not like I take my lickings. Definitely, if you ask Nonito, there has been numerous times where Nonito will bite at me. He'll yell at me in front of everyone, and I'll take it. I won't say a damn word. After the fight, we will have a discussion. But I know the time and place. Like, the time and place is not during camp. Like, what is this? We're gonna argue it out. I'm gonna storm off and, like, throw a tantrum and cry and all this other stuff. Like, this is not him, right? Camp is not him. Fight week is definitely not him, especially cutting weight. The fight's not him. You actually need a week or two for him to come down from those emotions of who he is, that warrior. And then he becomes, the father, the husband again. But not everybody understands that game.
Fair point. No, that's a fair point, and this is why I think you guys are made for each other. That would be a better question for me to ask a wife that isn't, didn't fight, wasn't involved in the business, and obviously was in the ring like you. So I get that. So I guess that's why it works so well, because you're right. Not just that not just with him in training, but now he's commentating. Like every time I've seen him, he's commentating the fights, and you're there as well. So you guys are all over the place. Is that ever something that you would probably want differently at this point in your life? A lot, because again, you're doing a lot of travel. You said you have young children. I remember one time I was interviewing him after the fights, and he said, man, I gotta go. We gotta go get the kids or something like that. You see what I'm saying? So I know that you guys have the kids as well. So is that something that's difficult now, with the kids and stuff like that?
No, I basically, after COVID, I put him back in school when school was open again. I didn't agree with some of the content they were teaching. My son, I mean, if you really want me to be on, do you want me to be honest with that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So he was 5th grade. He was 9 years old. They were teaching him about anal sex. And so I pulled him out because I agreed for them to give him sex education at that age. At 9, he should just, birds and the bees. He questioned the content based on what he learned in science about female and male and the, pregnancy, procreation. And he said, well, what's the point? And they said he was being disruptive because he kept asking, well, why? And I don't think that there are certain things that people should teach if they can't answer the questions as educators. So I pulled them out. In addition to, I just think that it was the correct timing. We travel a lot, and they always wanted to come with us, right? So whenever we would travel, it would be 2-3 weeks at a time and things like that. I think that showing them the world in real life, in addition to making sure that whatever we're teaching them is aligned to their maturity level, and to have these discussions, later on. I don't think 9 years old was the correct age. I think that a little bit older, after, we have more discussions of after that, then okay, we need to have these discussions because this is the world we live in, but I don't think that it should have been introduced then. So because of those, I pulled them out and I homeschool them. They are very independent. Everyone, like, within you didn't meet my kids because they don't go to the fights, but when they're around a lot of these fight events, like, they're highly respectful. They're not the ones running around. They know how to act because I bring them to business meetings. I'm not in boxing. That's not my career field. I have other stuff that I do. And there's sometimes I have to bring them and I'm like, hey, you need to sit in this office and you need to do your work, and don't bother mom for about unless someone's dying, for about an hour. And they'll do it. Like, they understand it.
No, that's awesome. No, that's absolutely awesome. We're here with Rachel Donaire. Coach Marcus Walker wants to say hello, Rachel. He says, yeah. He's like a family member here at the Hangout spot, man. She has looked over a few things for King Cam, and I, as a favor from Mr. Donaire, she is next level with the 100 and the King crown. So he just wanted to say what's up.
Oh yeah, I remember him. I know that he had asked. There's a lot of fighters that look at Nonito. Oh, they look at us. It's funny because they look at us like the mom and dad of the boxers. But there's a lot of boxers that come to us, and as far as like advice. In addition to, there's other boxers that's come to Nonito as far as emotional support. Like, you guys see it. Like, I don't even have to tell you that there are fighters that you're looking at on social media, like, he has problems. 100%. I'm telling you that, yes, they have problems. And a lot of the times we have gotten those phone calls during the breakdowns of this personality that you're seeing. And that's why I really don't talk mess about any boxer, because I know that there's a lot that they have to deal with. They have to deal with, their in-ring personality, outside the ring personality, their family dynamics, their financials. There's so much, and there is not really a mentor that gets them through these things. And we've, Nonito has, been blessed to talk some of these guys off of the edge, even if they're the highest level at this point in the game.
Yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it. Great breakdown. Chevy is here from Chevy's Red Corner. She says, "Hey, boo," and she put Rachel in parentheses. I guess she didn't want us to think that she was talking to me or you, Vega. So it's all good, Chevy. So Chevy, just so you know, Rachel, you're a day late because yesterday I actually did the first ladies' night here at the Hangout spot, and I had woman podcasters. Chevy Red from Chevy's Red Corner was on the panel. I had Christine from In the Ring with Christine. They were on they were both on the panel. We were talking that boxing. We were celebrating the females in the sport. It would have been dope for you to get on last night. I mean, we love having you now, but I'm just saying, ladies' night is only.
Okay. So you're doing wait. So you're doing it on Tuesday night.
No, this was the first one. So what we want to do is I want to incorporate that into my week. I don't know if we're gonna do it weekly, maybe once a month. I'm not sure. We haven't figured out the logistics, but you definitely got to join us for our next ladies' night.
No, 100%. I love Chevy, Christine, of course. Like we all connect outside of just YouTube. Had numerous discussions with Christine and Chevy. Just talking about boxing in general. And it's always fun. It's a different perspective. I think that there's a lot of, it's weird because like boxing is like the telenovela for guys. You know what I'm saying?
You're not
Am I right? Because
you
y'all
are absolutely right.
YouTube boxing is like so much like what females will be like, oh my god, did you see what she did on Days of Our Lives? She's such a bitch. And it's like that's what boxing is for guys. Like y'all gossip so much about boxers. I'm like, holy shit.
You
like,
ain't lying.
Let me give you an example. The boxing scene thing that Ness had, I guess Ness had asked for me, and I came up. I was barely, and Vega knows this. I never show up before like probably 10 or 11 over on the Discord, and I'm getting pings at 8 a.m. So I get my coffee. I'm like, what? They're like, Ness is asking you about this thing, and I'm like, we arguing some guy's point. Like he's not voting in the Hall of Fame. One. Number two is his goddamn opinion. Make your own fucking thing. Like, why are we're breaking down like, and here's the crazy part is you're giving his boxing takes credits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like what he thinks. And I don't agree with every single thing that he did. I don't like the too soon. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, nope, that's not right. It's an opinion, and that became like something that people talked about. It was kind of strange.
But they also bring you on to get factual information, because I think I was listening to the show where Brian Sr. was on there. And it was something about boots and negotiation. I forget exactly what it was, but they brought you on there because supposedly you were the
let me tell you what
IBF. This is Mr. Rules and Regulations over here.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like you know where I was? It was the first day Nonino and I were just chilling, and we were in a cigar lounge just chilling. And then I'm getting pings, boom, boom, boom. I'm like, what? And they're like, I was like, and you could hear it in my voice. Like I'm coughing, I'm raspy, right? I don't sound right. And I'm like, I'm getting pings that I'm supposed to come. I'm being summoned. What's up? You know? Yeah. And that's the thing is that like I think that the Normans, like Brian is getting heat because of the fact of that this story was told the way that literally Eddie wanted to be told. Because no one's holding Eddie's feet to the fire. Why didn't you put the $20,000 for the unification? Why didn't you just? Because, like I said, on that on that call, I said the same thing. I was like, dude, like I know he knows how to do it. So why didn't you? And you waited. You could have told IBF at some point before, right? So because they P2M had requested on August 14th for an immediate purse bid because they were not getting any communication. Well, so you could have told the IBF that you were trying to sniff out a unification deal. That type of communication would have given some, credence to, okay, well, we're not going to immediately press go, right, for the purse bid. So I think like it, to me, there's a couple different parts on that because, okay, first of all, you didn't put the 20,000, then you fail the purse bid. How do you fail the purse bid against P2M?
There you go.
Man.
I'm saying there's been so much back and forth with that, and they brought. I was listening to that show. I was working, but I was listening to it. And I was like, well, they put Rachel up in there to kind of set the record.
Because I'll tell you, I even looked at it after. I was like, I said, I think it's number 11. I was right on number 11. It is page 22.
Yeah, you did. Yes, yes.
Article 4, section 3.
Exactly.
I remember
exactly.
like that. Yep.
And,
yep.
That's the thing. It's really easy to look these things up, and But the thing is like here's the issue, is that Boots doesn't talk, right? And Boots is not supposed to know this. If you ask No Nito this, he's gonna tell you he has absolutely no fucking clue, right? His management or whoever is representing him and his mouthpiece should know these things, because these are the things that you're gonna have to talk about when it comes to defending your fighter. And they weren't. I didn't talk to Brian Norman Sr. until August 28th. And I'm like, I don't know why you're taking the heat. And he's like, what are you talking about? I was like, boom, 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 boom. And I was like, it doesn't matter if they offered you $20 million. If they met all your concerns, it wouldn't have fucking mattered. And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, because the purse bid was set. I was like, that's it. You're done. He's done. Like, no matter what Eddie would have offered you, would not have ever mattered. But that was after the fact, right? Like, that's after the story has been told. That's after no one had, the black and white. No one talked to Daryl Peoples and all this other stuff. So it's, it's the narrative. And let's just, I'm gonna fucking say it. I don't care. Eddie is, it's the accent that kills everyone. Everyone loves Eddie's accent. And he has it with this little dimple thing, and he smiles, and like everyone just forgets of everything that he is doing and just glazes over it and doesn't hold his feet to the fire.
Yeah, it's so funny you say that. I had the opportunity to interview Eddie Hearn once, and I showed my girlfriend, and she was just like, he's so attractive. I was like, okay, I mean, what about my interview skills?
Listen, he's a smooth talker.
Oh, for sure.
That's why when somebody came on here, I forgot what it was, when I did a call-in show and we were talking about that whole stuff, and they're like, well, he's a liar, and he's a liar. And, he was I forget who it was. It might have been Stock Chase or somebody. He's an Eddie Hearn, Devin Haney guy, whatever it was, Boots guy. And I was like, so let me guess. So you trust everything Eddie says, but everybody else is a liar.
Exactly. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah. He's very smooth, and it's literally this accent. I don't think that in the UK that accent like holds weight, because everyone talks like that there. But he has this kind of charm to him that we're not used to. I think honestly, if he was 600 pounds and had gravy on his face and was this really short, stocky guy from, Nowhereville, I think that people would have had thrown him under a bus a long time ago. But, that charm goes a long way.
Shout out to Rachel.
He's very engaging.
Fuck, man. Listen, I always said Eddie Hearn could sell you a car with no transmission and you'd buy it.
Oh, yeah, wait. If Rick Glazer could sell you a car that he brought back the odometer reading, like how many thousands of miles, goddamn for freaking sure, Eddie Hearn can sell you anything at this point.
Amen. And you know what? I'm glad you're saying it here, because everybody says that this is the Norman spot. I rock with the Normans, but I'm telling you, man. There's something with Eddie, man. I knew he was capping from the get, man. Chevy's Red Corner with the $2. Appreciate you, Chev. He said, "Hey, Rachel Boo, she's awesome. Is that Vega? Yeah, that is Vega, and he has his camera on. Can we get an amen? Vega got his camera on. He always jumps on here, never had his camera on. Give me a hell yeah. Yeah, we're gonna give you a hell yeah for that. Salute to Kenny Porter's right hand. What's going on? My guy, we here with Rachel Donaire and Alex Vegas up in the building. Nah, that was dope, man, Rachel. But you nailed it with the fact that us men with boxing, we're like gossip columnists over here, right? We go back and forth, especially on the Boxing Voice, because that was a heated debate that you got in the middle of. That you actually caused Ness to get beat by Brian. Like Brian Norman Sr. beat Ness in that debate because of you, and he was so proud of it because Ness never wants to be wrong. So yeah, you came on at the right time. Put it that way.
Well, I mean, like I had gotten it was funny because I got a text. Like I said, I got a text from freaking everyone at that point. Ness is like, "Did you talk to Daryl people about blah blah blah?" I'm like, "Yeah, why?" And then he, of course, he was in an active debate, so he didn't respond. But then I got pings from everybody else. I didn't get a ping from Brian Norman, surprisingly. Like he might have asked for me on YouTube, but he did not text me personally, and he has my number. So for me, I was just, it is what it is. Like everyone's going to argue their own little points, and they're going to feel some type of way about who they're rooting for. Like for me, like I'm just rooting for boxing. Like just do what's right, and any of this other shit that's going on, like I hear Tank gets arrested for that, Devin's like baby mom this, Terrence Bud has a baby outside of wedlock that he's not married. I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't listen, there's not a lot of fighters I actually know outside of the ring. And most of the ones that I know outside of the ring are within Las Vegas. Others, there's a couple I know outside of Las Vegas that we really do have a personal relationship with. I know how good people are. I'm going to give you one example. People hate Floyd Mayweather. They think that he's cocky as shit and blah, 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 blah. And everyone has everything to talk shit about him. And yet he has never shown anything but fucking respect to me and Onito. Whenever we've gone to an event with him, he stops, he talks to us for, hours on end, treats us like family. And I don't see that arrogant guy. Do you see that arrogant guy on TV? Yeah. Okay. But that's not the person that I see behind, right? So with all these things that, like, whether it's whoever it is and whatever they're showing and whatever their dads do, I'm like, yeah, but I mean, that's not really who they are. Like, boxing is starting to become like this weird circus. Like, everyone's saying Jake Paul's a circus. Dude, every fucking boxer at this point is a goddamn circus. I'm tired of looking at their Twitters. Like, that's all they're doing. Like, let me trend. Let me say something that's gonna be like, people are gonna freaking do a whole YouTube video on and a whole discussion for 6 hours about like 8 words I said on Twitter. It's a circus.
We got pound for pound champions on Twitter in boxing today. If we made a top 10 pound, we can literally make a top 10 pound for pound boxing Twitter list. And we probably have to debate which of the 10 are going to be in there because there's more than 10. It's crazy what, how they use social media, to gossip, to go back and forth. I say this all the time. They fight more against each other on Twitter than they do in the ring. Like Tank and Shakur have fought like 8 times on Twitter. Yet we haven't seen them one time in the freaking ring. Like, what's going on with that shit?
No, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's weird to me because I'm always like, okay, well, so a lot of times, what is it when you guys actually see each other? Like, are we like having drinks and having dinner, or do we really have beef? Is this for Twitter, right? And then with Tank, he likes to delete shit, which is weird to me as well. And the thing is that when social media is it's a medium that not everyone is going to actually show up. What I say by that is there are multiple people that I have talk shit to on social media. And I'm like, oh, I bet, like, come, you know how I look like. I don't know your real name, but you know how I look like, and you know my real name, so come find me next time. And then it's like, hey, can we get a picture? You know, I was just playing. Like, what do you mean you're just playing? Like, can we record this, that you were just playing, that you were trying to play tough and all this other stuff? Like you were, you know, you beat my ass or whatever. It's silly to me. Like, I feel like it's fake, you know, like I think that before there was real beef, and that beef really carried that. Like, no, if you cross me, then you know, there's going to be some issues. And I think that that's different now with everything that's happening.
Well said. Well said. Nonito has never ever been a social media guy. Is it because of everything you just said? Like,
Nonito doesn't give a fuck. That's the issue and problem I have with Nonito, right? He allows me to be like, let me tell you, like, so before, probably before 3 years ago, I would say, Nonito has been very careful with what I say, right? Like, we've had issues with his dad before, and he's like, please don't say anything about my dad. I was like, okay. Please don't say anything about this guy. Please don't say anything about that guy. Don't involve yourself with that guy. Blah blah blah. Like, and I'm like, what are you doing? And you know, we actually started boxing YouTube a long time ago. I think it was like 2010, 2009. We paid for our own production to do like a little series on Nonito. I think it was 2 or 3 seasons of fights. And he wanted to come back to YouTube. I was like, okay. So I told him, I was like, we can't come back to YouTube if you keep like telling me I can't say this because of that or this and this. I was like, if you want to like have me be like this little homebody that wears an apron and doesn't cuss and all this other stuff and doesn't hold her own, then you literally met the wrong girl. And we, you know, we made that discussion, we made that decision. And he's like, you know what, we're too old to play these games. We're too old to be a facade. Where Nonito's like, I do what I do. I don't need to show everything. You know, as far as social media, I don't need to talk shit. He doesn't talk shit. He's the last person to talk shit. He's the last person to defend himself. I'm always like, literally, I think there were some guys on Discord that had said some stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, I think he said something about, he's like, oh well, Rigo took Nonito's soul. I was like, oh, yeah, how was that? So Rigo took Nonito's soul in 2013, and yet Nonito came back and won multiple titles, and Rigo quit during Loma's fight, and then is literally went to go fight Casemiro that had the lowest punches thrown, and then is in a club fight in Florida. Yeah, no, he definitely took our soul. I'm the one that talks shit. You know, like, cause I mean, that's the thing. Like, I mean, I'm going to protect him 100%. That's what I should be doing. You know, as much as I know, if anyone comes for me, he would protect me. But the thing is that I'm probably going to body you before he does anyway.
Shout out to you. Rachel said, body you. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's why you guys are a great match, man. You're a great match, and it just works, man. Shout out to both of y'all, man. Just you know, power couple in boxing, man. It's great to see, and it's awesome that you come out and you know, you jump on these platforms and you give us the time. You know, I mean, you don't have to do that. Does that bother? Well, I guess you said he kind of knows who you are, but does he ever feel like you do too much of it, maybe? And you know, how does he feel about that?
Sometimes. There has been times where I've been on panels until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And the next morning he's like, seriously? And I'm like, yeah, okay, sorry, I got taken away. But you know, the thing is that like I like I said, I have my own businesses that I run. Like today was like a smash. Like my phone did not stop ringing. I'm talking to boxers, I'm talking to other stuff that I'm doing. I'm talking to Mexico. We have some stuff out there that I'm working on that has nothing boxing related. And so, you know, at the end of the day, he knows that when the kids go to bed, that's my personal time. So it's either I'm watching Netflix or I'm discussing with people, because most of my day, besides the conference calls that I have that are business, I am dealing with the kids, right? If he goes for a run or if he needs to take a nap, for example, today, we went to the gym. The boys were doing their work, so I was home with them, and then they wanted to go watch How to Train a Dragon. Nonito got tired, so I brought him back home, brought the kids to go watch How to Train a Dragon, and then I came back home. He's, training in the backyard gym, and but I had the kids for pretty much, if you counted it, about 6 hours today, and he didn't watch them, right? Um, so when it comes to that, he understands that having that much time with a 10 and 11-year-old, I need to have some adult conversation, some intellectual motivation for me to just release my energy and have some sort of socialness about me. So sometimes he does. It depends how close to the fight it becomes. And then he'll be like, no, I can hear you and blah, blah, blah. I need you to, go to sleep early or whatever. But if we don't have camp, like if I stay up till 5, he's not going to say anything.
Can I say something? You know where the cars are?
The car.
The cars.
We have 3 cars. Sorry, hold on. Give me some.
No, you good. You good. Make sure you guys smash that like button, man. We're here with Rachel Donaire, the wife of the great Nonito Donaire. She jumped on, man. Give us some time. I think this is dope, man. That's just what I say, Vega. You never know who's gonna pop up at the hangout spot, bro.
Yeah, no, and I can co-sign that with Rachel, man. We have a Discord, and she's jumped back there and she listens.
Which one?
To
the crazy Discord?
The back call. She's back there in the trenches.
She's back there. I go back there periodically, but I've never seen. So she goes back there in the trenches with you guys?
Back there on our voice call. I mean, we're talking about everything, and yeah, she's definitely.
Vega, were you there that one time? So okay, so there's this one time.
He's there all the time.
No, but this was a magical moment. It was freaking hilarious. I'm working on my computer. I'm editing and doing some stuff. So I have my phone on as they're talking in Discord. Like, I'll pop in, say something, and then mute myself again, go back to working. And they started talking about slipping in the shower, like how you pretend to be a boxer in the shower and you're slipping like the water, right? Like you're whatever. So great, you found the playing card. And then so I, they're talking about slipping in the shower, and I leave my phone on speaker and I go to the kitchen to go, refill my glass of champagne or whatever I'm drinking that night. And so someone says on Discord, they're like, Rachel, you tell me you don't slip inside in the shower or whatever. And Nonito goes, babe. I'm like, what? He goes, someone's asking you about your shower routine. And then, so I get back on and I'm like dying. And, Nonito chimes in. He tells him, he's like, yeah, I 100% do it. But it was just like that awkward. It was only 30 seconds, maybe a minute. But they were like, oh shit. Like we just were on speaker the whole time. And Nonito heard about, asking Rachel, like, if she slips in the shower. And shit like that.
Oh,
no,
man.
child. Yeah, that's
I
the
was
back.
not there for that. That is
no,
hilarious.
you weren't there for that one. I don't jump on there like that. Every now and then I'll jump on, just for a little bit, and I hear you guys going back and forth, and I'm like, I'm getting out of here. But that's funny. That's a funny story. The back room is no joke, man. Chad from Canada with the $2 says, yes, Rachel. And that ties into fans online. Mm-hmm. We got Cam Walker here. King Cam Walker is in the building. What's going on, fam?
He's this weekend, right?
5-0. Yeah, he'd be fighting Saturday in Shreveport, Louisiana. 5-0 with 5 knockouts, going for win number 6. My brother, good luck to you. We're going to catch up after Saturday. Make sure you check him out on Black Prime, BLK Prime, right? Yeah, that's where he's fighting at. So make sure y'all check him out. Rachel Donaire's in the building. giving us some time. We appreciate it definitely, man. In the chat, definitely appreciates it. But Rachel, tell me about Nonito. Like, is there ever been a time, like especially recently, that you're like, you know what, enough with the fighting? You know, maybe you should just kind of concentrate on commentating because he's got a good thing going on with commentary. So how do you balance that whole deal?
You know, the thing is that like our family is very healthy, right? Like you don't see no needle blow up to 160, 170. And that is that a testament to that is, you know, being in Argentina, hearing the fact that Keyshawn was 4.3 over at how old he is. And then seeing that, you know, Nonito within 3 weeks can make 118, right? It's discipline every single day. And it's not to say that Nonito hates the word cheat meal because it isn't a cheat meal, it's a choice. You make a choice every day if you're going to be a professional boxer or not. So when we talk about like he loves commentating, you know, he did the Jake Paul preliminaries. He had fun doing that. He loves doing the MVP stuff that's over in Florida. But it does get him itchy. Now when it comes to that, like the whole premise of me being the manager is looking at the correct matchups, and looking and seeing if this is it's a good matchup for him at this point, right? Like he really is just doing it to have fun. Like after the win in Argentina, of course, people asked him and asked me, well, what's next? And I go, you know what's funny is you all don't ever just allow the win to be a celebration. You ask too much, right?
Nope.
Like, so Nonito is in the point of his career. He doesn't need to prove anything. He doesn't need to go for another world championship. He's just having fun. Like he's like, you know what? I'll take that fight in Argentina. Who is it against? Yep, 100%. I could take him. Let's go. You know, and it was fun. Was it stressful? 100%, but it was fun. Like he enjoyed being that ring. So I, you know, we talked about it before because we both knew he was going to win. I was like, listen, I was like, can we just he told me before we went to Argentina, can we just have fun? Like, can we not be that serious anymore? Can we and when you win, do we have to answer who we're gonna fight next? Like, why are you looking forward to that? Everybody, like I saw YouTubers that were like advising to bet for Campos because of the odds, right? They're like, oh no, Campos is young, his speed, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, bet that way. I wish you would bet that way, bet that way. And they were wrong, right? So for us, we're just like, we're just gonna enjoy this. Like there's not looking forward to, oh, okay, the Antonio Vargas versus Daigo Higa or the super the what's it called? The champion in recess. Like, are we going for him? Are we going for the WBO guy, the IBF guy? It's, you know, whatever comes our way if we decide to do it. Like he's a sure lock in for Hall of Fame, no matter whatever anyone wants to say to me. We're just doing it for fun. And that's the most fun because I used to hate it when Max Kellerman would be like, Nonito was fighter of the year. He fought 4 times, and no matter who he beat, who's next? It's like, dude, can you just let me taste my victory for like a minute before you shove someone else down my throat that you're telling me I should be fighting because you're not satisfied with this victory? Like, there's no satisfying a boxing fan. So we stopped trying to satisfy that.
Good for you. And that's why I asked that, because I'm one of those. Oh, sorry about that. I'm one of those that feel like he doesn't need to fight anymore. There's nothing to prove. I agree. He's a surefire Hall of Famer. Now that you bring up Max Kellerman, the thing that I remember about Max was Rigondeaux was his boy. Yep. And Nonito and him used to go back and forth. Remember that?
Yep. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, like, if you rewind all the way before the Rigondeaux fight, Max was always like, well, what about this guy? What about that guy? What about this guy? What about that guy? And it was never enough for Max. It was never going to be enough. And you know, eventually, like, we started just pulling back, and I literally don't know why he was at my house. Like, he came to my baby shower, and I was like, I don't even know who invited him. Why was he here? And for him to use that on his panel and be like, well, no, Nito, you know, he's comfortable right now. He's living in a huge mansion. This and that's, like, bitch, I didn't ask you to come to my house. Don't use that against me. That's dirty. You know? So for me, it was like, it was just never enough for you. But you know what? Like, I would say, like, I'm not one of those people that, like, I'm gonna pretend in your face. So if I saw Max and he said anything about Nonito today, I would say the same. I was like, oh yeah, so how's Rigo doing? How's your boy doing on those club shows in Florida?
Word.
How'd that turn out for you?
I
You know,
love
like
it. I love it.
It's just never enough, and you're never gonna fill it. Like, let's say, I mean, even how Inoue is undisputed in 118 and 122, like, they're like, okay, well, who are you gonna take next? You know, they're still pushing him to 126 against the champions at 126. And that's what they did to Nonito, right? That's why he moved up from 18 to 22 to 26, because it was just never enough.
Right.
We're just lucky to be in the space where he's already proven enough, that we're just like, we don't really care what you guys want us to do. We're gonna do. Richard is always on our back. He's never going to be. He's not our sign promoter, but he will always represent us to a full extent. That's our family. PBC has had our backs. You know, we still work with Top Rank. We work with Top Rank for the Inui Cardenas fight. We're good with everybody. So at this point, it's like who we want to play with. We don't have to play with anyone if we don't want to.
So Rachel, I mean, at this point though, like, what is it that you guys would want to do? People are gonna ask, right? So I might as well ask. I mean, because like my personal opinion is, it's like you said. I mean, you guys are already established, Hall of Fame for sure. So yeah, like the winner of Vargas, and I think his name is Higa. Does what for?
Yeah.
The guy in recess, what for? But there's one name at that weight that has to be attractive, and that's Estrada, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, when you talk, like, so 2 years ago, people asked me, they're like, is Nonito gonna retire? And I said it, I called it. I was like, no. And they're like, what do you're gonna still make him fight? I'm like, first of all, I don't make anyone fight. This is not a slave contract. He decides if he wants to fight, and we have a discussion on it. And one of the fights that he did pursue was Chocolatito. I thought that would be an amazing fight, because now we're looking at around the same age. We're looking at legendary careers. And I think that, honestly, if I could make a bid for the Hall of Fame, like, once these two fight, they should be a shoo-in. That's it. Like, there's no question asked, right? Unfortunately, first of all, it was Sonny Edwards before Chocolatito. Sonny had gone in a Twitter war with me, thinking that I was going to back down, and I didn't. And then he challenged Nonito, and Nonito said, send the contract. And then he deleted his Twitter after that. So we never got the contract for that one. And that was February of 2024. We looked for Chocolatito May of 2024. And they said that they were waiting for the results of the July 2024 fight when he came into the bantamweight. We patiently waited. His promoters, Honda, said, yes, okay, let's go forward. Whoever handles his Twitter, I'm using air quotes, had made a statement on behalf of Team Chocolatito. We're not interested. Happy retirement. So they strung us along for a couple months. I kind of laughed. No, I really laughed when Kafu did the same goddamn thing to him and put him on a damn shelf. And now we're looking at July. We're looking about a year that Chocolatito is out of the picture because he wanted to play a game with us, and then Karma bit him in the fucking ass with Kafu. So, in my opinion, Chocolatito, Estrada fought the same weekend that Nonito did. I would love that fight as well, especially since that he's campaigning at 118.
Yeah, no, that would be dope. Yeah, no, that would be dope. We got Rachel. We got our guy Chad from Canada who wants to ask you a question. What's up, Chad?
Hey guys, Rachel, big fan of you, Nonito. the Donaire family. But I want your opinion on Bantam, on 118, and how strong Japan is right now, and just Asian fighters in general. I know the last time I looked at the ring rankings, I think it was top 7 or 8 even were all Japanese fighters. And I guess my question to you is, I want your opinion on, so say like we just saw Jin Sasaki against Norman Jr., maybe not the best example, but do you think that with Japan being so sort of isolated in terms of a lot of those fighters aren't leaving to come to the U.S. and the rankings that are being established on those fighters, do you see that? Do you think that aside from breakout guys like Junto or Inoue, are those fighters being ranked with the same fervor that American fighters or Mexican are in that same division? Do you think Japan suffers from not mixing more with the rest of the boxing world?
I think that, for lack of a better word, I'm going to say that that's a trick question, because I think that a lot of the smaller fighters are more Asian. I don't think that there's a lot of American fighters that are in these lower weight categories to even be, being discussed at that level, to say that, okay, well, who should be ranked in these divisions at this point in time right now, right? When it comes to Japan doing these things, it's because of the fact that most of the fighters in those divisions, 105, 108, 112, 115, they're either younger fighters that are bypassing the division because of their growth, right? They just came from the amateurs and now they're starting to grow into their I guess adulthood, their manhood. And then the other ones are normally they're just that small, which is mostly Asians. So I don't think that it's because of anything as far as American fighters not being ranked in the division, but just because of the fact that it's a bypass division for Americans. I mean, look how big Americans are compared to. I literally stand at 5 foot tall. I'm surprised that my son, who's 11, is 2 pounds away from me and is taller than me already. He's wearing no needle shoes. That's not heard of. And even when it comes to, we're looking as far as for Asia for okay, baby, 2 minutes. As far as Filipinos, a 154, 160, a 168 pounder, but that's not normal for us.
Yeah. 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 No, that's a great answer. That's great. But so with a Jin Sasaki, say with someone who is a bit bigger, do you think? I guess I'm just trying to understand. Like, it just seems like some of those fighters don't leave Japan to fight, and I guess I'm just wondering if that plays a role into how their careers go, how they get ranked, and just what appears to us as them blending in with the other ranked fighters. I know it's kind of it's not an easy question, but it just seems like a lot of the Japanese fighters are just in Japan and they don't fight anywhere else. At least that's what it looks like to me.
Well, I think like what that you're talking about rankings, and I have like 2 more minutes as my son is trying to pull. Okay, baby. The thing when it comes to rankings is what you have to understand is the conversation between the ranking bodies and the management and the promotion. So when it comes to rankings, you shouldn't just be fighting just anyone. You should be fighting someone that the sanctioning body is actually approving. And you say, hey, I'm ranked number blah, blah, blah. If I fight this guy, will I be ranked this? That approval gets you the ranking. But if you're just fighting anyone and anything, like on a local show, then that's not going to elevate your standing and your ranking within the organization if it's not a predetermined plan. So what Japan has done really well because of Mr. Honda, he has positioned his fighters and gotten pre-approval for the fights that are being made to make sure that if they fight this guy, it's not a wasted fight. It is something working towards the ranking in that certain sanctioning body system.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
Sorry.
Wow. I just feel like Sasaki, this is to you, Vega, Johnny. I mean, once Norman had beat him, a lot of fans went to that place where it's like, well, he hasn't fought no one, and them guys in Japan aren't fighting anybody, and da 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 da, right? But yeah, the system is like across the board, right? Everyone's working within that system as far as
Yeah,
ranking.
yeah. Just don't
Yeah.
like my best advice, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say. I'm coming, baby. Is the fact that like you don't fight someone without, unless you're just doing a stay busy fight. Don't fight someone who is not going to get you the best result. And I'm not saying best result as far as wins. I'm saying, well, kind of wins, but also like that it's going to elevate your platform. It's going to elevate your ranking, because otherwise you're just doing a sparring session at that point. So that's the conversation that fighters should have, that if I win this fight, and if I fight this guy who is dangerous but doesn't really have a ranking, what am I going to get? Is it a prove? Well, yeah, if you beat him, you're going to get number 9. All right, I'll fight him. If you beat him, we stay the same. Why the hell would I fight him? And these are questions that fighters should definitely have. Sorry, guys, we're at Texas Roadhouse. My boys are bothering me right now for the bread. I'm going to head
You
out.
good. You
Thanks,
good. You
Rachel.
family,
Thanks,
Rachel. You're
Rachel.
Thank you
welcome
for your
back
time.
anytime. You know that. You're welcome back anytime.
Of course. Okay, you can say bye. Say bye. Bye. I love you
Bye.
guys.
Rachel, like I
Bye.
said, you're welcome
Bye.
back anytime. You family. You're
Talk to you
welcome back
soon.
anytime.
Thank you.
Yep, you got it. We'll talk soon. Rachel Donaire, y'all. Bro, you just never know who's gonna show up here at the hangout spot, man. Yo, that was dope. That was dope. She was in the chat. We brought her in. We got a chance to chop it up, talk a little bit about Nonito. I wanted to see, well, she did say what she would like to happen, and good question, Vega, with the Estrada. I would love that. She mentioned Chocolatito, all that other stuff. So we'll see, man. But he realistically doesn't have to prove anything. I see him all the time. I've interviewed him twice, live. I've seen her, said hi to her. Yeah, man, he's he's commentating right now, but we'll see what the future holds, man. Well, what's up, Chad? Thanks for jumping on. We here with Vega, chopping it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off. I really just wanted to pick Rachel's brain a little bit. Man, she's like, I just feel like when you talk to her, it's horse's mouth. Like you get in the, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm sure that question I asked would it be answered a million different ways depending where you're asking. Twitter, YouTube, or who you're asking. I feel like she answered that really, really well. So yeah, she's good. Both the Donaires, they're good people, man. They're just they're down with the people. They're people's people. So anyway, guys, that's all I got though. I'm gonna split. I'll go back to listening though.
Appreciate
See you, Vega.
brother.
All right, take care.
All
Thanks
right,
for jumping on.
Chad, with the check-in, man. Yeah, we rocking out here, but yeah, that was dope, man. It was unexpected, but it was dope.
Yeah, nah, man. There was 2 things I wanted to get to. First, I wanted to see if they're going to move to Florida because of all that commentary work that they're doing over here at the Caribbean Royale.
They're here all the time. I see
Right.
them all the time in Florida.
And there's a fighter that they work with as well that's here in Florida. I don't know if they got everything in order with that. That was kind of like I don't know if it was like a 1-5 basis. So I'm not really sure exactly where that went, but I know they worked with this individual fighter for their last championship fight. But yeah, I wanted to let her know I picked Campos as well. I wanted to let that be known. Donaire being at his advanced age, 40 plus, training people, commentary. I was like, yo, this is a great moment for Plus Money with Campo, who gave Sonny Edwards a hard ass time. And I didn't get to see all the fight. I got to see a little bit. Donaire was just too good. Still at 40 plus. Not that and not to put it down, but Campo, is he this world beater? No, but I mean, in his prime, in his mid to late 20s, fresh. Donaire off of, I think 4 or 5 weeks notice, went in there and got a clean victory. Shout out to the Donaires.
Yeah, man. You know, I think he's a surefire Hall of Famer. I think they've had that debate on the Boxing Voice before, right? I'm sure I've heard that debate. It might have been today. I didn't really listen to today's show a lot.
Listen,
you know, 'cause I was in and out, but there was something in the Hall of Fame.
Hopefully Rachel took her earpiece out. You know what? Never mind.
I think he's a Hall of Fame.
It's no debate. It's no debate.
Oh,
it's just no debate. Listen, the
Yeah,
issue
no,
is
hands down.
we never really, as here in America, have followed the lower weight classes. When he fought Darchinian was a big bad man. Nobody really wanted to go fight that guy. That dude was seen as like basically like what we know as Wilder today, or some years ago. Darchinian was that at I think it was like 112, 115. And Donaire went in there as an underdog. I think it was like on short notice too. It sparks him out. Then he fights Montiel. Rachel actually spoke about it. I didn't really know the backstory, but Montiel, I guess he fought the big bad wolf, a gentleman in Japan, in his home country, sparks him out, and then Nonito fights him next. They both were on the pound for pound list, and Nonito sparks him out. So he has a pound for pound win. He has an underdog win. He has multiple weight classes. Check. He has highlights, Jorge Arce,
Bro.
What else could you ask from him?
Some things aren't even worth the debate on the Boxing Voice sometimes. Like I all of that you said, yeah, absolutely. But me, I didn't even have to say all that, but I'll sit on my wherever I'm at and I'll go, bro, he's a Hall of Famer. Period.
Let's put salt onto it. Comes back, right? Fights anyway, right? Pound for pound guy. Breaks the guy's eye, right?
Mm-hmm.
They go 12 rounds.
Don't remember that. Yeah, a lot of people don't remember that. And
then goes and beats undefeated fighter, young fighter, and a champion. I think it was like that might have been, I named 3 things. I might have been within 2 fights, but still, because I remember Gaballo. I kind of felt that he got a gift in the fight before Nonito. But Nonito fights Obali, takes a belt from him, undefeated guy. Fights Gaballo, yep. Undefeated guy. And I'm pretty sure he knocked him out too. And then gets an anyway rematch. Like, the dude's had, like, you could say 3 careers if you feel like it. Because,
bro,
remember, he went to 126. That wasn't the most successful run. But then comes back and does it again.
Beast, bro.
And then loses, comes back, does it again.
A beast, bro.
And is still doing
bro.
it.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have to, bro. But he continues to give us moments, and that's why you got to appreciate these type of fighters when they're here. You got to appreciate them.
That's what makes us love it.
Here. Yeah, man. No, he's a great guy too. Like I said, hey, can I get 5 minutes? Absolutely. He'll sit there, can I get a picture? I've seen him with other people, with myself. We'll give you a picture, So just great people all around. I'm happy that she was able to jump on. I definitely got to get her on the next ladies' night. That would be dope.
Yeah, no, definitely. Shout out to the young lady that was here earlier, Chevy Red.
Oh, Chevy, yeah. She was like, that's Vega.
Yeah, I found her. What's so funny? Quick story. I got to shout her out because it really inspired me to that I'm going to reach out to this person. So I was doing a random box rec search, which I do like once a day. And,
really?
Oh, absolutely. Every day I go on box rec. Not for rankings, but for.
But what do you mean by random search?
I get lost on box rec like it's Google.
Okay, I got you.
History. But so I like to bring attention to my area, South Florida, specifically. That's why we've had Elia Carranza on the show, and Ness loved the interview. That was actually the first person I got that I reached out without anyone asking me to, and got on the show and got the interview through. So that's why I'm an Elia Carranza. Oof, I hate this word. I'm an Elia Carranza fan. And
oh shit, did you say that? I'm not a Mister. I'm not a fan of nobody. I hope I can make a short out of this. So if you ever deny it, you asked out.
Hey, she's a woman, so it's cool. One day I'll go into the whole
you
fandom thing.
you were going you big time, yesterday, right? That's what you were talking about yesterday, right?
Yeah. Listen,
yeah. No, you were going in. I'm like, wait a minute.
I've never met her. I've seen her in person, but I never met her.
So this is my thinking, and I forgot to tell you. I was like, yo, he must be a fan or something, because this is already the third comment, talking about her. It's talking about her now in her next fight that she's fighting. We talked about it yesterday.
O'Shea Jones.
There it is. Yeah. O'Shea Jones. I'm looking forward to that fight.
2 world belts that are gonna get taken off for her, man. And she can come back. Shout out O'Shea. I'm sure she can have a second career. We know who
you rooting for, Mr. Bias, since you always calling me Bias. So finally I could call you Bias. Yo, my man Bugatti up in the building with the $10. Give me a hell yeah. Give me a hell yeah. He says, salute to the panel, salute to the chat. Quick question. If Abdullah Mason versus Floyd Schofield Jr. was to happen, who you got, Johnny? Who you got, Vega? Wow. Wow. Bugatti, man. Thank you for
right now.
That's a dope question, man. But you know what? I'm gonna let Vega go first. Fuck that.
How did I knew you were gonna do that?
I'm letting Vega go first on that one, bro.
I think that's a fight that I will compare it to how I feel Jerron and Norman's gonna go. I think it's gonna be a fight for the ages. 2 guys that are really listen. We always, when we get these high level fights, we don't always get a great fight. But I think stylistically, there's just no way these guys don't put paws on each other. I mean, it's righty versus lefty, both offensive guys. Schofield showed you, man. He packs a punch. He's gonna bring it. Mason, we see Mason take punches. Hey, if he gets dropped, boy, you better get ready for that storm, man. He might be the Ohio and Felix Trinidad. We might be seeing that storyline be created. You knock him down, boy, you win for the worst night of your life. I think Abdullah has the better skill set. I think Schofield is probably more of the physical specimen, but I'm gonna go Mason. I think Mason will dog that one out. But if Schofield won with the performance he just had with Tevin Farmer, the best fighter that either of them has fought. So I mean, Schofield has a better resume, but I just think Mason he just has it. What is it? The thing you can't describe. The thing you can't put into words. That's what I see when I watch Abdullah. So I'll go Abdullah as of today.
Wow. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. And I love the comparison, by the way, between Abdullah and Floyd being Boots and Norman. So if that's the case, and I stick to that, then I'm gonna say that you feel Abdullah is Boots and Floyd Schofield is Norman.
Correct.
So I'm gonna disagree with Vega, and I'm gonna go Floyd Schofield on this one. Because if they fought today, I love Abdullah though, man. I can't believe I'm saying this. And again, there's really no, it's not a fight that's made. I love it so far before it gets made. And I love the question, Bugatti. Thank you for the donation. It's more of a fantasy fight today. Now, if it does get made, then we can kind of technically break it down. But I like Floyd. I like the power. I love what I saw against Farmer. Yeah, I'm going to go Floyd in this fight if it does happen. So I'm going to disagree with Vega. Which makes
you got a Schofield interview lined up?
I'm working on it actually, but no, it's not because of that. I may not even be able to get it. I'm not sure. We are working behind the scenes to get that done. But
spot.
Nah, man, I loved what I saw, and I've always liked Floyd. I've always liked Floyd Schofield coming up and what he did to Farmer. Nobody's ever been able to do that to Farmer. The adversity that he's faced, obviously, with all the criticism, and to me, I look at his dad as another obstacle for him. I look at it as an obstacle with the way his dad talks and the way, the way he gets all that hate. A lot of it may be due to what his dad, and he overcame so much. I love the emotion that he showed after that fight. I just think that, just like Abdullah, he's also a young special fighter. Can't go wrong either way. Again, fantasy fight today. Hopefully it comes into fruition. I'll go Floyd / Brian Norman Jr. in this fight, and we'll see how it goes. But I love the question. That was a dope one. That was actually a dope one. Chad said, bro, Rachel and 12-12 on the next ladies' night would be dope. Yeah, we're working on it. 12-12. I was trying to get her on yesterday, but she just she started working nights. She just started working nights, so it was hard for her to get on yesterday. But with more weeks planning, maybe I can get her on the next one. I'm still trying to figure out how we're gonna do this. I'm thinking maybe once a month we do a ladies' night.
This sounds good. It was actually
it was different.
It
I enjoyed it.
My expectations.
You came on, had a little sauce to it. I thought it was dope, man. It's different, and they cook, man. And one thing they do is they've got energy, man. Chevy's got a lot of energy. I love that. I gravitate towards that. I'm an energy guy. Malcolm said Vega on camera, LOL. Malcolm, I still can't believe it, bro. He actually graced me with his presence on camera. Yeah, man. Rest in peace to Spider Rico. I guess you heard about it, man. Again, mental health is serious, y'all, man. So, if we know of anybody that's suffering from mental health issues, reach out, lend a helping hand, brother. It's real. I take that very, very serious, man. Sad story. Sad day and for TBV over there, man. So my condolences to Ness and everybody else, obviously, that has had that bond with Spider Rico. I'm kind of new, to the scene. I've only been listening to the Boxing Voice as long as I've had this channel. So maybe about a year and a half. So I'm not a long time listener, but yeah, there were a lot of people that have been rocking with with all the callers, for years and years. So, my condolences to everybody. Toledo Tree says she finna get beat the fuck up by O'Shea Jones, but shout out to Corazon. You knew that was coming.
It's a great man.
Yeah,
shout
absolutely,
out to OTX. That's not a fight they had to make. Listen, Elia Carranza just fought what's her name? Mary Spence, I want to say Spence, who was up at like 168, 160, fighting, the Shadasia Greens of the world. Made her way down all the way to that's not Mary Spence. Dang, man, I can't remember her name. I think it's her last name is Spence. But yeah, she was fighting at 168 with Shadasia Green. She made it, I believe, all 10 rounds. And now she, made it down to 154. And Elia Carranza was able to defeat her quite clearly. So yeah, man, she's very high quality. O'Shea Jones, Olympian, champion. This is one of the best fights to be made in women's boxing that people aren't speaking about.
Yeah, no, I like it. It would have been dope if it would have been next Friday, the 11th. Damn, I forgot to ask. I wanted to ask Rachel her take on the all-female card next week, and if she was going to be there, and her thoughts on it, and what Jake is doing with the females. But we'll get her back again. This time I'll be prepared. I wasn't prepared, so I was kind of jotting down some questions off the top of my head, and
that's what I need to do, man. Jot this stuff down, bro. I love coming off the top of the head, but when you get people that are just rolling, it's tough to remember, man. I had so many things to say to Brian Norman Sr. yesterday, some funny ones, some serious questions, and boop.
How did that go? I didn't watch the whole thing because I was here getting ready for a show, and then I did the show yesterday.
Right.
How did that go? That interview?
I mean, it's cool. The Brian Norman Jr. interview was good, but
I saw that one. I went back and saw the whole thing on that one, obviously.
Yeah,
but I didn't see Senior. Yeah, I didn't see the Senior.
Senior was just shooting the shit
like he usually does. He comes on here.
I mean, he's so cool. Like listen, hate, dislike the fight. Like someone else, the fighter. Brian Norman Sr. the dad is amazing. He's just the relationship he has with his father, and not just that. If you like shit talking, I was just saying earlier, man, premium, top level. If you ask me, a guy that he can say so little and say so much. And the thing is, he says a lot.
And it's not fake or authentic, bro. This is who Brian Norman Sr. is, man. Great dude. I mean, they treated me like family, dude, and I remember when he first got to the gym, I sat down and me and him just had an hour-long conversation about boxing because I was picking his brain. I mean, he is a true, and this is why when people laugh at me or they criticize me or who do you think is the better coach? I was like, listen, Senior broke shit down to me that I was like, oh, okay, about a lot of different things. I'll rock with Senior any day as far as knowledge of boxing, breaking down his son's tendencies, other people. Bro, they were talking about the Devin Haney strategy that day. That day, they were talking about the strategy. We're not going to talk about the strategy, but they were talking about it that day, meaning I'm telling everybody they wanted this fight. They wanted this fight. So, like, if it does happen, blah, 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 blah. That's what I'm saying. A bunch of other people. Who's Miss Bitch, Holy Bitch Queen is in the building going back. They're going after you, Vega.
What you mean?
Listen, Johnny and Vega, Miss Bitch has a big bucket of chicken. Y'all decide who gets to split.
I want some chicken.
And they said, Vega, when you come to work, trim the beard. Yesterday, a customer said, oh, this must be somebody that works with you. Said they found hair in their coffee.
Yeah, I definitely don't serve coffee. Hey,
when you come to work,
this is why I don't want to be on camera, man. I don't got my cut. That's why I like to wear a hat. And
did you go somewhere?
Did
you go somewhere where you had coffee? Yesterday, a customer said they found hair in their coffee. This is coming from Ms. Bitch, Holy Bitch Queen. Hit the crown emoji. If you trim the beard like Johnny, it will look cleaner and perfect. Who is this, Vega?
I don't know.
You gotta know who this is.
I have never seen them. Shout out to them. I think I'm perfect the way I am, but I appreciate your critique. And you're absolutely right. Gotta do a little boom, 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 little bum, 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 bum.
Miss B. I'm just gonna call you Miss B. It's better. Miss B, shout out to you. Thank you for rocking out here at the Hangout spot. Late night, Wednesday night. You got round shaped head, which is perfect. Get a fade cut on both sides. I don't know who this is, but whoever it is knows you. And
man,
very, very strongly about your appearance and your beard and how you look on camera.
Now they know I'm a good-looking person. Hopefully, it's not a man because that would make it very weird. But you're absolutely right.
Hold on. There's more. Miss B said Vega's strong jawline. Okay, this is getting a little crazy here.
Now I know you're a man. Never mind.
And now Miss B is jealous. Something's not right here. Who is this? We got to find out who this is, bro. We got to find out.
But I do usually get a fade.
Vega, I don't think you want to clip this part of the show for a short, right? Yeah, no, this would be crazy. This is getting borderline weird, but I guess it's good for TV. Bugatti Mods, great question, my brother. He said, I think Mason is more skilled. I would agree with that right now. But I got Floyd too. He looks huge in the ring, and so that makes his speed deceptive. He started to show me a next level of dog. In that, I know it was one fight, but man, he didn't stop just anybody, bro. Has anybody stopped Farmer? Has anybody stopped Farmer? He's never.
Yeah, I think it was Pedraza like 12 years ago.
Stopped? Yeah, like a bunch of years ago.
Not
but
like
man,
that.
I thought that was super impressive, bro. I mean, I picked Schofield to win that fight, but I was kind of, who should I pick? I said, you know what? I'm gonna go with the youth and the fact that there's something to prove based on what happened in Riyadh. But I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't 1,000% sure. Like, I just was like, I gotta pick a side. I'm going with Floyd. I'm going with the youth. Damn, I didn't think he was gonna do that though. Shout out to
I picked him as well, and the youth. That's what I thought would be the determining factor. And based off of what happened, I guess you could say it was the youth, but I mean, it looked obviously. I mean, first round knockout. It was the power, the youth, the speed, the skills. Right? It's not just one thing.
Yeah, no, for sure. Ms. B said paved the way for women's boxing. Who are you? Who are you? We need to know who you are. and what this
I like the way she is. Stay like that.
This obsession with Vega is. We need to know who you are. Shout out to Ms. B. We got Toledo Treese though in the check-in, and it looks like we got Z coming in. What's going on, Z Pacino? From accumulation of punches, though. Yeah, you talking about the Farmer getting up. Salute the Nigerian Nightmare. Salute to you, Trees. What's going on, my brother?
Shout out to that background, man. Third
we all know. I'm not gonna give you shit. Though.
Yeah, man, because we working, man. We working hard. Shout out to my third shift workers, man. Oh man, it looked like Vega working too. That boy looked like he Earl Spencer, Bud Crawford when they was fighting. He ain't got no cut. You in the gym tucked away. You was preparing for that big bait and it fell through. You said, you still ain't had you and your barber ain't had time to link up, huh? But hey man, say man. but, but hey man, say man, that's neither here nor there. I'm not here for that, man. I'm here for this women's boxing, man. I heard you talking about O'Shea Jones, man. And by the way, that's just no. Whoa. That's just no regular Olympian. You understand me? That's the Olympic bronze medalist. Shout out to her, the first ever. You see me? In the women's welterweight division of this Olympic. You say, hey, man, Olympus bronze bomber. You understand me? This is different around here. The bronze baddie. Yeah, shout out to O'Shea Jones. You understand me? Ooh. Yeah. Yo, did he do that? Your girl Carranza is in trouble. We gonna snatch her soul. But that's neither here nor there, man. We with the shit. But hey, man, I heard my guy talking this Floyd Schofield and Abdullah Mason and all this type of shit here. But hey. How come my guy Albert Bell can't get a fight, man, with that guy Floyd Schofield? You see Vega, he doing that shit again. My fighter top 10. I'm
not doing it. I'm not doing it, bro.
I see Vega. Yeah, man. My fighter top 10.
Mason is from Ohio, right? They're in the same age range. Like, doesn't that fight make sense too? Let's find out.
No, they ain't. My fighter is 10 years older than Abdullah Mason. My fighter is 31 years old. My fighter, you look at me exactly. My fighter is due for an opportunity. I'm seeing guys like Edwin De Los Santos on the rocks. I'm seeing guys like Frank Martin on the rocks. I'm seeing guys like Isaac Cruz, who seem like he making his way back down yonder. My guy need a fight. Lucas Body on the rocks. Fuck is these guys doing, man? My guy needs a fight, man. He top 10 in the WBO, man. We deserve a name value scrap, man. Gabriel Flores, what the fuck are you doing? On the rocks. You see what I'm saying? My guy need a scrap, man. Albert Bell. It's our time, and I don't understand what the hell is going on, but we need to be in the mix, man. I know guys it's being funny and Floyd Schofield just beat Tevin Farmer and all this other shit, but I'm viewing it from the aspect that was, like you say, that was the best boxer that he's seen. Everybody telling me that my guy's a boxer. He's one of the taller guys in the division. You see me, if Floyd Schofield is who he say he is, why don't we give my guy an opportunity? Show us what you're doing, Schofield. Can you flatline this guy? He's a tricky, you feel me? Unique fighter at this weight class. That's something he's an undefeated fighter at the weight class, a top 10 fighter at the weight class. You see me, why wouldn't you like to have that type of scout on your resume? But is it just me, Johnny, or are these guys running and hiding from my fighter? I just don't understand.
Something's not right, bro. They don't want that smoke, bro. I love the Lucas Body fight, bro. The Battle of the Princes. I brought that name up the last time I had him here. We got to get him up here again. I haven't had him up here in a while. When was the last time I got him up here? Maybe in January?
We definitely need Body and Albert Bell up here again, man. Because Lucas Body, I would like to get his thoughts on what Jake Paul had going with that. I would have liked to see him on that card, man. That would have been pretty fly to see him. I want to see him back in action with somebody. Him and Schofield would have been a nice little fight.
What I'm pushing.
Yeah.
I have Body's family members say that Lucas will take that fight. So let's get it for the WBA interim.
Weren't they supposed to fight? Wasn't that fight signed, sealed, and delivered? And all of a sudden, Floyd pulled out. Ashton pulled in. Wasn't that the case? H2O?
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Yes. I believe
it was supposed to be Schofield and H2O. I thought it was Schofield and H2O.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, yeah. My bad. Floyd Schofield, H2O. Floyd pulled out, and that's when Lucas came in. Okay,
and Lucas Body
Schofield pulled out. Do you remember why?
Weight, wasn't it? With the weight thing, right?
What was it? Nah, I don't remember exactly what it was.
It was an injury in a very special spot.
Oh, I don't got nothing to do with this guy's out of control.
Hey, he said it, not me. It's one of the wildest. Listen, that's the one reason why at first I was skeptical of this matchup with Tevin, but the more I analyzed it and they actually made the way, I was like, all right, he's gonna win. But when you look at it, right, when they made the H2O fight, he pulled out with an injury to his private area. He was very specific. That's why I brought it up. Then when he was about to fight Shakur, another big fight, they have a whole setup with, wires hooked up, tubes hooked up, and beeping machines and 35 outlets. Look like a damn recording studio for like Hollywood, but over there, I don't know what's it called. What's it called over there in India? I mean, it's not India, but Saudi Arabia. But anyway,
So
like a
it's-
movie studio. And then, they make the Tevin fight coming off 3 L's. But, the more I analyze it, the closer we got to the fight, I said, you know what? If Floyd takes this fight, he's going to win. But, yeah, man, I was surprised they made it through. And I want to see what they do next. I think the Lucas Body fight, I've been saying it on TBV. I think Lucas Body is there for the taking. And MVP should cash him out. So who to cash him out to? Schofield was just on your card. Put him on another card. Make it a big event. Maybe Jake's next fight. Or make it its own main event. I don't know. But, yeah, I think Body, just serve him up now because it's going to happen to a nobody. With a nobody.
Yeah, you've been consistent with that. Yeah, no, I like that fight, man.
I like that fight too.
I got to get them both up on here, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And I also want to say shout out
Albert Bell, Glass City Center.
Here you go. You doing that shit again. Huntington Center, man. Shout out to Albert Bell, man. We in the mix, man. We like I say, top 10 fighter in the division, man. They playing games with my guy, man. We deserve a name. Edwin De Los Santos, preferably, we would like to put hands and hooves on you. But hey, man, say, man. Also want to ask, man. Well, also want to say, shout out to you, Johnny, man, with that Coach Prenice interview, man. That was fire. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We rocking with him. Midwest Mafia member indeed. He training the future heavyweight champion of the world. You understand me, Jared Anderson. You understand
We
me?
spoke about that. Did you hear that part?
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah. We appreciate you bringing him up too. Yeah, we appreciate you.
I saw your question, and I asked him, man. I said, with me, it's not about skill; it's about desire. What's going on? What's in his mind? Does he want to be great? And I love his breakdown. I mean, some people feel like if they want to, make enough money to feed their family, that's being great in their mind. But I just stressed it because the skill set is there, and we all want to see this guy. Because when he was younger, we're talking about possibly the next great American heavyweight. We need that. So he said it's gonna happen, Treese. He said it's gonna happen. He's gonna be a champion. You heard?
I hope so, man. I hope so. Like a real quick, me. I should have. I wish I could have been able to get on the call on some humbug shit, Johnny, because I like the manager. I got a couple ideas for my fighter. You see me?
Yeah.
So they call me Mr. BMF for a reason. So when I'm looking at these rankings, hey, I know Vega gonna hate, but he know it's a guy who got a WBA belt named Kubrat Pulev. We know who that guy is. He's legendary. He's been in the ring with everybody. I think that would be a good little scrap for my guy, Jared Anderson. I like that fight against Pulev. He's still in the mix. He got a belt. We beat him. We get that belt. We in the line for that Usyk. You see me, the winner of that Usyk and Dubois. But we right back. But Coley done took his L. He got knocked loose. So that stain that we had don't look as bad considering how, you see me, he done went down. It's okay. We still here. We still in the mix. Talk to me, Johnny.
Did you see how I told him about the fight that I wanted against Richie Torres?
Oh, what? We don't need that.
He said, I don't think that's going to happen right now.
Yeah,
they buddies. And I'm like, you know what, Coach? I think eventually if Jared does what he needs to do and Richie does, it's going to have to happen. People look at the mandate.
Once again, you didn't see the news. Jared posted that he agreed to everything with Big Baby Miller.
Well, he brought that up as well.
That's good. That's smart. That's smart because I'm on my Jared. I'm on my Devin Haney. Jared, don't do it. Stay away from that guy. We know he's with the shenanigans. We know he's with the funny business. You see me? You go in there with that guy who's whoa. I see guys like he's a known stimulant abuser. We can't get in there with that guy. Nah, we don't need. We're good. We gonna let the sport of boxing beat him up. Nobody's gonna fight that guy. We gonna let the sport of boxing beat him up. We don't need to fuck with him. You understand me? Andy Ruiz. We would like to fuck with you though. The only Mexican heavyweight champion. You see me? Well, yeah. You see me? We would like to fuck with you though. Gotta be a good name on our resume. But shout out to the Hangout spot. Shout out to Toledo, Ohio. You understand me? Shout out to the Midwest Mafia. We got our guys this month. July, it's like I say, man. O'Shea Jones about to put hands and hooves on a whole. Shout out to Carranza though. She goes down in flames though. Shout out Alicia Bump. Shout out Alicia Baumgardner, Midwest Mafia, Fremont, Ohio. We see you. Shout out to the Guo, Clarissa Shields, July 26th. You know what's going on. The heavyweight champion of the world. She's a real goddess. I can't wait to see her in action. We might go to Detroit for that. You understand me? And get her hot and ready at the Little Caesars Arena. You understand me? But y'all know what's going on, man. Y'all be cool, man. Get some violence in your life. Spider Rico. I wish you had more violence in your life, cuz. Y'all be cool, man.
I appreciate you, Treese. That is Treese in the building. Adam, yes. Yes, we do know about Spider Rico. And I just want to say a shout out to all of y'all that are hopping on. Yeah, man, it's it's sad. And like I said, we're all family. You know how I rock out at TBV. And anytime we lose a family member, it's we all hurt, and it's sad. And I've expressed my condolences on a number of occasions on this call, earlier in this call, midway. I just I'll say the same thing I said. My condolences goes out to everybody in the TVB community, to Ness, to obviously Spider Rico's family. And and I think Vega will agree, mental health is very, very serious. And if we know anybody that's suffering through any type of mental health issues, man, let's reach out, lend a helping hand, bro. At the end of the day, we all brothers, so let's pick each other up instead of putting each other down, bro. So rest in peace, man. It's sad. It's a sad day for TBV and for Ness. I feel bad for Ness, more than anything else, obviously.
Yeah, I
Malcolm.
didn't really like seeing Ness emotional.
Yeah. Ness took it hard, and rightfully so. I mean, again, these are guys that have been rocking with Ness for years and years. And that was sad to see.
And we've been around him a few times. I've been around him a couple of times.
You have,
Ness
yeah.
been around
I don't really
multiple
like
times.
Right. Yeah. No, I just know him as a caller as long as I've been listening to TBV, which hasn't been as long as you guys. I started listening to TBV once I started doing this channel, and then I met Ness. Obviously, I'm gonna support the family. Ness is my guy. He's like a mentor to me, a brother. So to see him go through that today is wasn't cool. But at the end of the day, let's celebrate life, right? Let's talk about what he loved, which is boxing. You know what I mean? Malcolm, what's good, bro? Thanks for checking in, my brother. Talk to me.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Shout out to you, Johnny, and my boy Vega on camera showing face. I didn't
Yo,
expect
that's
this,
what's
bro.
up.
But yeah, man, RIP Sparta Rico. The guys are, talking about it, obviously. I don't want to make this a whole sad thing. But it is unfortunate. He was a good caller, very entertaining too, because he used to just go off the rails, but we kind of loved it, and he was a fan favorite. And when he was in the ring, like I really liked his style. Besides his last fight, like I really fucked with his footwork. Like
I
he
never
he,
saw
he
any of
seemed.
his fights. Can you find them on the TBV?
Oh,
On
yeah.
the YouTube?
Oh
Okay.
yeah, it's easy. You just gotta search up his name because it's Esteban, but I forgot
Okay.
who he fought, and I'm like, yo, his footwork was clean. Like it was just like a boxing clinic. So
Yeah.
I understand when Ness used to give him the comparison of our own version of Lada.
Mhm.
Like he looked good, man. But yeah, and just check on your friends too, bro, because it even be to everybody, it even be the happiest people and the ones that joke around all the time. You never really know
Absolutely.
what somebody's going through. My father has this thing where he says he doesn't like to just fuck with random people. Come on, my bad, I'm walking his dog. But he doesn't like to really just. My bad for the cursing, because Johnny, I'm trying to stop on here. But he doesn't like to just mess with like random people because you just never know what somebody's going through. You don't know if somebody's losing somebody or they lost a job or if they're off the rails. And everybody takes everything differently. We're all just different people. So just checking on everybody and we gotta eliminate or we gotta really go into depth when it comes to there's this saying with men about men don't cry. And we grow up and we apply that principle for everything when in reality it's just like we don't cry over little things. And we just hold everything in and we just apply it for everything and it just makes everything worse. It's just pressure ready to burst. So that's just that. Trees gotta chill. We gotta chill with that Albert Smell talk, man. He gotta stop. I was trying to get on right when he was on, but Albert Bell either need to go to another sanctioning body or he just needs a better promotional company. Who is he with right now?
I think he's in
No,
between promotion companies. Yeah.
yeah,
The last time
no
I had him on,
promoter.
he's in between promoters, and that's what's that I think is the problem. That and the fact that physically, he's a tall guy, just moving up to lightweight. Before that, he was junior lightweight. We know how
High
fighters feel
risk,
about
low
fighting that type
reward.
of style, bro. It's a
Yeah,
style matchup nightmare.
it's high risk, low reward. That's
Yep,
all that
yep,
is.
yep.
But when
They did him
Gustavo
dirty though.
Lemos
I
was
think the
on,
WBO did him dirty though, man. He was the number one contender for almost a year, and never got a
yeah,
sanction for mandatory, bro. They did him dirty though, the WBA. And then when Gustavo Oliveira was on the Boxing Voice, we've been trying to get him on here. We haven't been able to align. I still don't understand his explanation. I really don't on why he got passed over, and they're talking about competition, but I don't necessarily think that that's his fault. Why do you sanction that?
yeah,
That title fight against Navarrete. So I don't know what they did there, but I think they did him dirty, if you ask me.
it is kind of dirty because this is the thing, right? With these sanctioning bodies, they all have like their own little rule. And my bad if the service gets a little weird right now because I'm about to head back in. But yeah, what he was saying was like, look, you at least have to be a no name. I think you have to beat a former champ, and the other one had to do with beating top ranked guys. And he's saying, Albert Bell's getting these fights, but he's not fighting guys that's ranked in the WBO. So
Right.
and I can get it, but that's when you're in the crossroads with your promoters. Because if you don't have a solid promoter, or even when nobody else wants to fight you, you're kind of stuck. And to be real, these I remember he was making a case for Xander Zayas, and he kind of explained it right. But then you got other promotional, bodies or governing bodies that come up with these weird, with these weird rules. I just think it's unfortunate for Albert Bell. They just kind of pick and choose. If Albert Bell was Puerto Rican, he definitely would have been getting a title shot. That's all I'm gonna say, because we know how the WBO go. I'm gonna be the guy to say that, but it's an unfortunate case. I think he should just go to Eddie Hearn. If he was somehow able to sign with the Zone, I think that would be a great move. I kind of like the Zone. I like how Eddie moves his guys. Top rank. I've always liked top rank only for prospects. I feel like once you're starting off, you go at prospect, you go to top rank, they build you up nice. You feel me? Pro box is also the same way, but they have more of a high risk because they're gonna put you in some dog fights, so there's a higher chance for you to lose. But I feel like the Zone will be the way to go. PBC, no comment on that. But yeah, I think you should just go with Eddie, man. What's your thoughts on that?
I love it, man. I mean, it really doesn't matter to me, man, as long as he's going to be down with a promoter that's going to be able to get him a title fight at some point. I mean, he's pushing what, 30-0? I believe he's what, 28-0, 29-0?
27.
And he still hasn't gotten the title shot. So it really doesn't matter to me, Malcolm. I love either or. But I got to get him on. I got to get him on because he's been quiet lately. And the last time I got him on was after his last victory. I forget when that was. It might have been February or March. No, it was definitely
he was
before
talking
that.
hot. He was exposing everybody.
Was it? I thought it was even longer. So that was the last time I had him on, April, May, June. No, it can't be, Vega, unless I got him on before that. I got to check.
Nah, it was March or April. I remember listening to it.
Yeah.
I remember listening to it, and he was calling out. My bad, Johnny. He was calling out everybody that ducked his smoke. Like he was dropping it. I think he was also talking about the Raymond Ford thing. That whole situation. I remember that. You see, I be tapped into your interviews, bro. I never lie. I got you.
I love you, bro. That's why I love you, man. I'm not afraid to tell another man I love him.
It's all good. It's all love, bro. Love me too, bro.
Somebody said Albert smell. Albert smell. That was funny.
Yeah, but I think that's all I gotta say, man. But I would like a fight with him and I would like Cabrera, man. I would love that fight with him and Cabrera. That would be a good one. And maybe a Lucas Body too. But I want Lucas Body for Kid Austin. I think that's a very easy fight to make. Especially now that he beat. Yeah, I was trying to pitch for that after the farmer situation because my boy, we were having a whole debate on it. He says that a De Los Santos fight would have been good, and I'm like, I'm more into the Lucas Body thing because I really don't know what De Los Santos is doing anymore. I still don't know if he's gonna move up or he's gonna stay to 135. So I'm kind of on the fence with that. But yeah, it's like Lucas Body. Y'all both fought on Netflix. You know, he beat your guy. He's very exciting. And I don't even think Lucas Body is all that. I'm gonna be real. I'm not so high up on that win because prior to that knockout, that man was getting cooked. You know, like he was I didn't have him winning at all. I was like, oh yeah, but he about to just get outboxed and work, and he pulled it off. But yeah, that's really all I gotta say. And yo Vega, I gotta give you your props, bro, for two reasons. The first thing, you're actually really a hardcore, bro. I never realized you're watching people fight in Romania, in Greece. You probably watch like the Telemundo fights. Like that's that shit that. Damn, I'm cursing. Damn it. My bad,
You
Johnny.
good, bro? It ain't church
But
now.
nah, I told you I'm turning over, man. A new leaf over here, bro.
We're not
Because
in
apparently
church.
I dropped too many. Now apparently I dropped too many f bombs, so I'm trying to.
Man, don't listen to that guy. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to Nestor Gibbs, Mister.
Oh
listen,
no!
I listen. I listen to
Johnny
Ness
too, bro.
fat shame somebody for 4 hours before. I don't want to hear him critique anybody on what's being said.
No, I just don't want to do it on Johnny's. Like
we don't
want
to turn
the
the
Hangout spot.
into TBV. That's all. But because
We
I'm
won't allow
streaming
that.
on millions
Yeah.
now. I'm trying to get. I'm trying to move
Clean
up the
cut.
food chain. But we ain't church now either. We're not church now, Malcolm. Come on.
All right. But yeah, so you're probably watching these bum ass fights like in fucking Romania and the shits in Greece.
I watched fight in Turkey today. Jaza Dickens with the upset win over Albert. I can't say his last name. 4th round knockout. New WBA 130-pound champion.
So Malcolm, this is why I give Vegas shit, because everything you said is true. He's a hardcore. He watches fights in Romania and Greece, but then he comes on the Pounder the other day and tells me he's not going to watch Bud and Canelo. Like, what kind of shit is that?
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Boxing from all over the world won't watch that, which I knew was bullshit. By the way, because I think the next day in the Boxing Voice, he went on and said, I think I'm getting convinced over that push and shove that I may be buying in. And I was killing him in the chat, but he didn't see it.
No. It wasn't the push and the shove. It was
after that shit.
It was Canelo showing me he's invested. It wasn't the exact actions. It was the energy. But go ahead.
I was
Let me
killing
tell
you
you,
in the
bro.
chat, and you didn't see it. I was like, you see what I'm saying? I told you he was full of shit. He's fucking full of shit.
Yo, I wasn't fond of this fight. When it first happened, I was one of those, oh, this is a circus fight. Like, I didn't want it. I'd rather, I wanted Bud to clean out 154.
Neither one of us. I didn't want this fight.
And now that you brought this up, I'm happy about this. This is something Vegas said yesterday, and I'm glad you brought this up. He was saying how, as a hardcore, I think he was, when you start expressing your feelings about Berlanga fans, because I'm not a fan, by the way. I flip-flop. Like, I kind of flip-flop with the Berlanga stuff because I'll trash them. But you were saying something about that, and that's my reason for disliking Tank, because I hate fan bases like that. And he also brought up a point about how when you get these kind of fights and then somebody's like, oh, you like boxing? The first thing they ask you, like, I'll go to the gym. Like, I'll go to a regular fitness gym. And, there's people that know I'm into boxing or box and all that. And they be like, oh, yo, who you got? Jake Paul or Chavez? And I'm like, oh. And then the next one is, oh, Jake Paul or do you got Mike Tyson? And this is the Canelo and the Crawford. It's always the big fights and like the circus clown ones. And it's always those situations. And I hate it and it pisses me off. So I can understand his frustration. And then there's other days where somebody asking me about Tank and Shakur, and automatically it's like, yeah, Tank got power. I think he will knock him out. Shakur don't hit hard. And then I had to walk away from the conversation. I'm like, all right, that's cool. I'm like, yeah, I feel you. And I just brush it off because it gets frustrating. Like I guess just mainly speaking to a casual or when somebody just wants to talk to you about circus fights, it's really aggravating. I do hate it probably as much as Vega, but I try to chill out and I try to play both sides of the field. But oh man, it's annoying, man. Just hearing about Jake Paul versus Chavez is, oh god. And then the Mexican fan base, they upset about it. They still upset about it. They want Jake Paul to lose. Yeah, I was talking to somebody yesterday, and they're like, oh, I can't stand him. He knows Chavez is a bum. He's not like his dad. And they want him to fight Canelo, but it's nasty. But yeah, shout outs to both of y'all, man. Shout outs to you, Vega. And shout outs to you too, Johnny. See, I only threw like 3 F-bombs. I got you, bro. We changing. But if somebody pissed me off,
That's
Yeah,
good,
somebody
man.
pissed me off. You know, it's gonna be a different story, bro. I'm gonna have to,
Before you
yeah.
go, can I ask you one question?
Yeah, what's up?
Because Bugatti Ma sending a super chat with a really good question. Abdullah Mason against Floyd Schofield. Who do you got?
Right now?
If they were to fight, if they
Oh,
would announce that fight tomorrow, who you picking? We both. I did the same thing,
and I'm
I
an
let Vega
Abdullah
go
fan,
first.
so that's why I'm
And I
trying
let
not
Vega
to.
go first.
So I'm gonna say before I pick my answer, understand I'm one of those guys that when I break down fights, I always talk about experience. I will put experience over everything, especially with
That's fair.
opposition. If you've been in there with somebody who's really good. But damn, he only had one round with Tevin Farmer. I might edge with Abdullah. I'm gonna be real. Some people might say it's a long shot. You know, I'm not gonna lie, Kid Austin's hands are fast. Like he has some pretty fast hands. He's explosive. He got the power. That performance, that last performance, it was too soon to see if he stopped lunging in. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt that he stopped doing that. But Abdullah's just more crispy with his shots. You know, he's a little more technical. I think he has better punch placement. And what I do like to say is both guys, if one touches the canvas or the other one's bleeding, they going for gusto. Like they're gonna come back and fight. So very entertaining. But I think Abdullah's the sharper guy. You know, so I think his timing is better. He's just more technically sound. I might edge him on that. Kid Austin gets a little too reckless for my liking. You know, again he lunges in, which I don't like, and he does this thing, man, where he'll switch his stances like 8 times in 10 seconds for no reason, and all you're gonna do is square yourself up at certain positions, and just your balance isn't really all the way there. I don't know have y'all actually really watched that? Like he'll just go southpaw into orthodox and do some weird turns, and it's like, yo, bro, you don't always have to change your stance, you know. So I think that'll get exploited. I'm a edge with Abdullah.
That's what's up. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
man.
Vega picked Abdullah.
Shout out
as
Malcolm.
well.
He knows boxing.
Yeah, man.
I went Floyd Schofield.
Oh, come on, Johnny.
And you got boots over Norman too, right?
Oh, hell yeah, bro. That's gonna be Bud.
That's
there.
why.
So, I'm sorry, Johnny. That's gonna be
That's
Bud
exactly
versus
why
Spence
he
part
picked
2.
Mason. So did you
listen.
hear Vega's analogy?
What was the analogy?
That basically the Abdullah and Floyd fight is Boots versus Norman, with Abdullah being Boots and Norman being Floyd Schofield.
I could see that in terms of athleticism. I could see that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And based off their builds, and then you got the darker guy against the lighter guy.
I didn't think about that.
Oh shit, that's crazy.
Lord child.
Damn.
Says.
But no, I could see that though. But yeah, I listen. I've always had Boots in that fight, and there's no disrespect to Norman. I was only trashing Norman during we were discussing that fight, just because nobody has Boots back, man. Everybody be freaking fucking hating on this guy, you know. So I had to defend my guy, but yeah, I just think his feet are too fast. Boots, he just got way too many options, you know. And unlike Kid Austin, he doesn't switch his stance every 2 seconds. So I think he definitely poses as a huge problem for Brian Norman. But we got to see how Brian Norman does against Devin Haney. I'd say the one thing he has, if he would have fought against Boots, Boots doesn't really move too much on the back foot, you know. So that's not something he has to worry about. But Boots is that guy, man. Boots is that guy.
No doubt, bro. Good breakdown, brother.
Always, man. My bad for the background noise. And my bad that I had to do this on the Norman spot, man. Shout out to the Norman spot. Norman Nation, we still here, man. We gonna take over. We taking out Devin Haney. You feel me? Stock chase is all I'm saying. I gotta call out my op. All I'm saying, we gonna be smoking on that Haney Pack 2.0 hybrid sativa indica, baby. So you better. I'm telling you, he better call back in. And Matias go, what boy ass? What, man? All right, I'm out of here, bro, because I'm about to start cursing. But I holla at y'all. Shout out to the Norman spot. Shout out to you, Vega. Shout out to Johnny.
Appreciate you, brother.
Good call.
Malcolm was on the check-in. We got H-Town. What up, H-Town?
Before
What
you
up,
go,
Johnny? Can you hear me?
before you go, H Town, I just want to make a point that I wanted to earlier when it comes to the great Albert Bell. A little known fact: I actually got this from his potential opponent. He was supposed to fight Archie Sharp. They were ranked number 1 and 3 in the WBO. They asked the WBO if they could fight for the interim title. WBO said no, and then sanctioned Oscar Valdez. Valdez ranked number 4, and Liam Wilson ranked number 2 for the interim title. So Albert Bell had the opportunity, had a ranked opponent, and the WBO, the old president said no. So I can't put that on Gustavo, but that's how the WBO moves, like all the other sanctioning bodies.
They shitted on him. The WBO is shitting on him, bro.
Yeah, my bad, H-Town. I just wanted to get that off.
It's some crazy stuff.
Nah,
What's
it's
up,
all good.
H-Town? What's up, brother?
But what's up, brother, man? RIP Puerto Rico. You know, it's a sad day in the boxing community. But
Yes, sir.
nah, man, the slander about Mason and Boots and Junior, man, come on, man. Boots is just you know what Boots is? Boots is one of them flashy JDM cars that make all that noise, got a body kit on it, nice rim, looks good. Then you get that a good American muscle, you know, that regular looking Corvette, a regular looking, you know, Camaro with an LS1 in it with just some billet rims and just blows the socks out, knocks his dick in the dirt. That's who Brian Norman Jr. is, bro. We got the flashy, nice. He got the underglow, the rims, Lamborghini doors on it, but it's just a goddamn Japanese car. That ain't nothing fucking crazy, bro. They're in love with the Flash. They're in love with the Flash, Johnny. That's all it is. They're like, oh, he sold this, he sold that. Meanwhile, everybody he's fought has been smaller than him, no power. They're touching this man up. They're saying, oh, that's what Boots wants. He wants to get hit to make the fights exciting. Man, I don't ever know one goddamn boxer that wants CTE to make the fight exciting, bro. That's just dumb, Johnny. It's as dumb as the Spence fans that claim that, oh, he wanted to go all 12 with Mikey. He wanted to box. Man, bro, ain't nobody trying to get there and have the longest night of their life. They're trying to get in and out and make that money, bro. This is the bullshit these fans come up with, man. I can't believe it, man. And I got Mason against Schofield Jr. because I believe Schofield Jr. is the same guy. He just went in there and Tevin just underestimated him, and the kid went in there with the plan of destruction, and Tevin didn't have no answers because he thought he was going to be intimidated by the lights, which Junior wasn't. Hey, salute to Junior for going in there getting the job done. But man, that fight's not even long enough to see if he's improved, man. You know, I'm pretty sure Tevin Farmer feels horrible, and he feels like he didn't even go in there to perform because he didn't. You know, but hey, sometimes you got a bull in a china shop and you can't do nothing about it. You know, it's just the same thing with Tyson. You know, when he was in his prime, he was that bull in that china shop. You couldn't stop that bull. So you got to somebody who could stop the bull, and then that's it. The bull didn't know how to do anything else. You know what I mean? And that's the same thing with Schofield Jr. What's he gonna do when they start sidestepping him, getting away from him, and he's just swinging that air? You know, we don't know yet. And Mason has shown he's the most grown up fighter, the more mature fighter. Damo seems like the more intelligent fighter in my eyes. You know, and that's gonna be the difference if they ever fight. But yeah, man, I don't know. I can't get on the Boots train, man, because I ain't seen nothing special. All I've seen is so flashy. You know, he ain't even even the standing fight. He fought a standing that was off a long layoff, clearly smaller. Looked like he hadn't been in the ring in forever, man. Now, if he would have took a tune-up fight and then got in there, and then the standing would have looked, you know, like he always does, then I would have been like, damn, yeah, he did it. But I don't know, man, Johnny. I'm not in love with the whole Boost things like everybody else, man. I like that real, man. All that flashy crap don't mean nothing to me.
Ms. B said, H-Town, you hate Boots because you used to spit shine his shoes before he became a boxer.
Man, I'm old enough to be Boots' daddy, man. I was probably hitting up his mama. Shut the hell up.
Ms. B
You never
said,
know.
you
Boots,
hate all my favorite fighters.
hey, tell her the Boots got that nice hair. He remind me of my baby.
I don't know. who this person is, man. Reveal yourself. Come on the panel. Talk to us. Talk to us. That's hilarious.
Hey, that boy Tip hasn't dropped in?
Nah, Tip hasn't dropped in. Everybody was on TBV earlier because of Spider Ego.
Yeah.
That's what
Hey,
it
so
was.
what's up, man? What do we think about this Amanda Serrano, Katie Taylor fight? I know Vega hates it.
You say he came on we had ladies night last night. He came on the panel and told the ladies he hates female boxing. They almost,
I did not, yo.
They almost jumped
That's how they took
jumped
it,
on
right?
screen on panel.
That's how they took it.
That's how they took it.
Vega,
That's sure is how they took it, bro.
Vega, if we ever become close enough friends that I actually have a barbecue with you and I see your old lady telling you when to get up and what to do, I'll be like, oh, now I get all the hate.
Nah, you ain't gonna see that. That's crazy.
Nah, you gotta see Vega when he's cooked, bro. Woo,
yeah,
that's totally
you see,
Vega,
yeah,
bro.
you met me. You see me in my lady lets me do whatever I want.
You gotta see Vega when he's cooked, bro. When he buzzed, when he zooted.
Yo, I think when I went to go say hi to you, I remember
you was already done. You were done.
Oh yeah. I was drinking from like hours, but anyway.
Whoa, I was like, holy smokes, he's a different person.
I went to go walk over a drink and I lost my balance and it looked like I was like shit faced that I was gonna go head. I lost my balance bad. And it looked like I was going head first into the rail. And I remember I was like, yo, are you all right? And I was like, yo, that was so embarrassing. I'm like, damn, I've been drinking. I can't deny I've been drinking, but now I look super fucked up. And then I was acting a fool too. So
yo,
you were white claw Vega.
I was drinking everything.
The lady was with you. Yeah, she was with him. Keem was there. Keem was there with his lady, but yo, it was it was crazy because I must have went up there about 3 or 4 times to check up on him, and every time I went up there, he was drinking something different. So he was mixing as well. I'm like, what are you drinking now? Other one was a drink. White Claw, bro. He's drinking all kind of different stuff. I'm like, oh, no wonder why you done, bro. And then there was a fight between the two females. What was it? Mexico against
no, the female fight was Mexico versus Argentina.
Right. So there were a bunch of Mexican fans behind him, and he's yelling for the Argentinian. And I'm like, yo, I'm getting out of here, bro, because they're about to jump this dude.
Hey, that sounds about right.
It was crazy, bro. But nah, it was fun, man. You know, he's different. He gets loud. He's really, really loud. I was like, yo. But yeah,
I used to have a friend like that, Johnny, that we'd go to the sports bar and he was rooting for the opposite team no matter what. If the Astros are playing the Yankees, he's rooting for the Yankees. If they're playing those Red Sox,
just to rouse shit up.
He's just to rouse shit up.
Yep, yeah. That's Vega.
I was going for.
That's Vega.
Listen, like he said, it was like a small. It wasn't a very big arena, but there was like a whole section of Mexico. I mean, they had the flag.
A whole section.
They had people sitting, standing, and they were cool. They weren't like being ridiculous. But I saw that, and I was drinking, and it like there was no energy there. So I was just like, Argentina, Argentina. And they started a Mexico chant around the whole place.
I was like, yeah, man, shit's gonna be crazy here. I went back downstairs, but I came back up because I was up and down because I was working downstairs and they were up, at the second level. It was dope, man. It was a good time, man. It was a good time. I got a chance to meet Vega and spend some time, a little bit of time with Keem. It was dope.
It's funny because I always say I don't like the bells and whistles when it comes to boxing, but when I'm a fan, I'm all in it.
Yo, HLD said you wouldn't do that at Yankee Stadium, bro. He would get jumped in Yankee Stadium, bro. Especially in the bleachers.
I did it. Benny Yankee Stadium.
You did that shit in the bleachers?
Nah, I wasn't in the bleachers. I wasn't in the bleachers, man. I was
Try that in the bleachers, bro. Woo, Lord.
I was on the bottom level doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, hey, Dodger Stadium is worse.
You can get away with it in the good seats, but if you go to the bleachers with that,
where they chant the names.
Yeah, it's brutal. I grew up going to Yankee games, sitting in the bleachers, because back in the days, they were like, well, I don't know how much they were, $3, $4, $5, whatever they were. But they say that's where the hardcore fans go, the bleachers, bro. They'll throw stuff at you. They'll snatch your hat. They'll burn it. They'll do all kind of crazy stuff. I've seen some crazy stuff in the Yankee games in the bleachers.
No, I went to there and I noticed, they will say the player's name until they're acknowledged. They do not care.
That's roll call. Yeah, they do roll call in the beginning.
Like, seriously, because there's some players, like I remember A-Rod, he was like such a hard ass about it some days. And when I went, he was like not trying to do it. And they're gonna get louder, and you are forced to acknowledge them. Juan Soto, the Met. Yeah, not a Yankee.
Gasper, I agree with you, bro.
You're gonna see.
I agree with you. Juan Soto has buyer's remorse, bro. He wish he was back with the Yankees, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, Johnny, ain't nothing worse than that Dodger Stadium, bro. Man, my buddy's up there with his son. They're not even being rude, and you got people trying to jump him, like following him when they're gonna go get popcorn. I mean, his son's 4 years old at the time, and he's like, "Hey, man." He's like, "Man, we ain't even doing." They're like, "What's up? Where you from?" And trying to ask him what gang he's from and this and that. He's like, "Bro," he goes, "I was just trying to watch the game." I said, "Man," I said, "Ignorant assholes." I mean,
you hear about it over there, like Giants, Dodgers, 49ers. Like they've canceled all 49er Raiders preseason games because people were getting stomped out and killed.
Yeah, and Houston, bro, it's not like that. Like, everybody's respectful. Like, as long as you're not getting disrespectful, you could be cheering for your team. Everybody's cool. And when you start getting disrespectful, then it goes somewhere else. Except for the Cowboys, bro. If the Cowboys are playing the Texans, hey, bro, don't even cheer for the Cowboys if you're a Cowboy fan. Like, unless you're with a family member that's from Houston and y'all there together and he's vouching for, like, oh, it's my cousin. Nah, bro, stay quiet because you will get beat. That rivalry runs deep down here, dog. The Houston versus Dallas thing, we don't root for the Rangers. We don't. Yeah, it is bad, bro.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, no, I can see that. That's what's up. Yeah, of course. For bragging rights. It's like the Mets and the Yankees in New York City. Like, it's crazy. I was born and raised in New York City, and it was almost like when I hear New Yorkers say, "Well, I'm a New York fan, I'm a Yankee and Met fan." I'm like, bro, that's not how it works. You usually have to pick a side. That's just how it is in New York. It's a very, very competitive. New York is super competitive. Jets, Giants, Yankees, Mets, Knicks, Nets. That's how it works.
Yeah, the only people that go for all the teams are the people that don't watch the sport. But when you watch the sport, bro, you got your side and stay on your side.
No, we got to change that, man. You don't got to be a fan of one specific team. These teams, they're not loyal to you. Why you got to be loyal to them?
Well, yeah. There's
like these boxers. I'm not into this whole fandom thing. I think it's very strange. These dudes, listen, for you to be a fan of when they're good, I get it. But, like, when you listen to these people call in, right, or just on YouTube, I mean, they're just out here caping for people. And then, they're like, oh, his jewelry, his girls, like, what I got to do with the guy inside the ring? Like, I'm just trying to see a good fight. Not every and whoever this guy that I support fights, it might always be a good fight because of styles, because maybe they're fighting somebody like a Rod Salka. It's like, oh, I like Danny Garcia because he's from the tri-state area, like I was born, and he's Puerto Rican. That Rod Salka fight was disgusting. I didn't agree with the Lamont Peterson decision. You know what I mean? Like, but because I'm a fan, I have to just, oh well, what is your fighter doing? Then we downgrade other people just to bring up our fighter who we've never met, never been to a fight, most likely. I touched the door he touched. Back up. We went to the same middle school, so I like him. He was born in the same city. That shit is nonsense to me, but I'm starting to rant. I'll stop.
My most disappointing fight was Danny versus Keith. Bro, I spent months campaigning, and it's hard to find boxing fans, like in modern times, very few boxing fans. Bro, and at this time the UFC was getting real hot with all the stars and everybody's about the UFC, and I'm all like, hey, nah, man, these two guys are killers. And they'd been talking how meet in the middle of the ring, knock each other out. and everybody thought it was gonna be Rock'em Sock'em, the real one time versus Danny. And then this man, he shows up and boxes the whole goddamn fight. Man, bro, I'm telling you, I had people watching the fight at the house just like, hey, bro, it's just boring. Like, I'm like, man, I'm just right there, like, man, made me waste my money. I bought beer, food. I mean, to me, it was an all right fight, but not what we expected from two guys that are killers, guys that were supposed to be knockout artists. It was ridiculous, man. And you knew Danny wasn't going to catch up to him because Danny's always been slow-footed, And I don't know, man. That was a disappointment to me. That fight's super disappointing to me.
Yeah, no, I remember that fight. And in Vegas, it was funny. I was at the soccer fight in Barclays. I went to that fight, and I went to the Lamont Peterson fight when he fought Lamont Peterson. I probably went to about 4 or 5 Danny Garcia fights when I lived in New York and then in Pennsylvania, because we used to just drive up to Barclays to check it out. He was there all the time. So shout out to Barclays. Yeah, I used to have a good time going up there. We used to know a guy. I forget his name. They used to give us like for a ticket, we used to get access to that 40-40 club that's in Barclays. So Vega, but what I'm saying is we used to hang out there and drink until the co-main event, and then when we got down for the co-main event, we were like the way you were at that last fight. That's how we were, like that. So yeah, it was a good time, man. It was a good time. I remember those days, man.
Barclays Center is such a weird spot there. It's so like misplaced, if you ask me.
But it's but when you go inside, it's not corporate like Madison Square Garden. Like you can literally walk around free reign. Like there's certain areas in Madison Square Garden like are kind of like off limits. Like in Barclays, it's like you, at least back then, I don't know if it's changed now, but you could walk all around and there's fighters all around, and it was great, man. It was a good experience, man. I remember those days. This was a long time ago though, but I miss those days. But now, I remember that. I remember Danny Garcia in his prime. I'm trying to get Danny Garcia to come up on here as well. We're working on it.
No,
hopefully
sure,
we can make that happen.
And I agree that Thurman Danny fight. First of all, Danny did not win that fight. I don't care what him and his father say. They lost, and it's okay. He fought throughout the 12 rounds. In the beginning, he was behind, but Thurman won his race to 7 and stopped trying, pulled Oscar De La Hoya, and Danny went and he started banking him around. So Danny, he showed you he's a real champion. He's gonna go in there and try to win no matter what. But yeah, that fight was a letdown. I was at
my
Buffalo
biggest thing
Wild
with
Wings,
Danny was my biggest thing with Danny was the punch output, man. He just didn't let his hands go enough for me, But I do like the Porter fight. I thought the Porter fight was really close, man.
I disagree. I thought
Sean. I watched that fight a couple of times. I actually thought the Porter fight was really, really close. A lot closer than the Thurman Danny fight, and obviously the Errol Spence fight that wasn't close.
140 Danny and 147 Danny are two totally different fighters.
Yes, absolutely. I love 140 Danny, bro.
My favorite Danny fight was the Amir Khan fight because there was so much crap talk to it, and Amir was boxing his ears off. But you hear Angel in the corner yelling racist shit to Khan, and then Khan decides to trade. I was like, oh, he's decided to trade. This guy's an idiot. And boom, got knocked out. And I thought Danny was going to lose. I was like, God damn, he's getting boxed. He was getting schooled bad.
It was bad. People forget how fast Khan was, how good he was. And those first, 3 rounds are a perfect example. I mean, Danny, as soon as Danny went to go punch, he got hit by 2-3 punches. The shit was insane.
And Khan was throwing double jabs, triple jabs. It was ridiculous. It looked like a video game, bro. Like, Khan could have been probably one of the greatest fights of that era if he didn't have that pride of a fighter, because he decided to trade with people. And once he decided to trade, it was over because he never had the punch resistance. He had all the other skills, man, except the punch resistance. If he would have had a little bit of a jaw, man, that guy, I mean, he was already special, but I'm talking about he would have been up there with the elites of the elites with his skill. I feel that Amir Khan is one of the guys that would have gave Floyd a hell of a fight. A hell of a fight.
I remember that Floyd Mayweather. I'm sorry.
There were talks about that fight at one point. I remember, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah. Yes, I was getting to it. I remember he put up a poll, Floyd, and he was like, "Who do you want me to fight next?"
Right.
And it was funny because every poll that he created was Marcos Maidana, but when they did when a third party did it, I forgot who, like CBS Sports, Amir Khan won it clearly, but they wanted the Maidana fight because he had beat AB. But yeah, I said, listen, that hand speed, it's going to be an issue. Speed is very hard to deal with, and Amir Khan, I felt at that time was he wasn't at his peak, but he was at a period of time where I think where Floyd was and where he was, I'm not saying he would have won. He probably would have got knocked out, but he would have banked in rounds, and there would have been a conversation, a different conversation about Floyd towards the end of his career, I think, off of that Amir Khan fight.
That's fair.
I think he could have won because I think in that type of fight, he knows just box. Because all you need to do is beat Floyd to be a superstar. You don't need to knock him out. Because Floyd's reputation was so big, and the lore and the mystique of Floyd was so huge at that time. I don't even think we remember how big Floyd was as like the invincible guy. You know what I mean? Like, you're never gonna hit him. Every fight was like, what if he gets hit? It wasn't like, oh, they're gonna outbox him or no. Your only chance was a what if. What if he gets hit? You know? So if he would have been outboxing Floyd, just pure boxing, man, I think everybody would have just been mesmerized because we've never seen Floyd get outboxed like just on skill. We've seen him get roughed up and people use, like, I'm not gonna say dirty tactics, but rough tactics to get to him, and especially like in his earlier career. But when he became money and he just became the tactician and the defensive fighter, we never saw anybody really get at him except Maidana. You know what I mean? Really get at him. I mean, okay, they say Mosley hit him, but we were never really worried. I think the Maidana was the only thing where people were worried.
Yeah. No, Vega, I agree, man. That would have been really interesting, that fight, had it happened when it was supposed to, or when they were talking about it happening. Amir did have lightning hand speed, bro. That's one thing I could tell you. My favorite Danny Garcia fight, though, is the Matisse fight, bro. Because that's when Matisse was, considered the boogeyman in the division, bro. What was that? The co-main event for Floyd and Canelo?
Sure was.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. That's my favorite Danny Garcia fight, man. That was a hell of a performance, bro.
Danny had his mouthpiece punched into the crowd.
Yep, he absolutely did, bro.
Hey, you can't forget that one. That was the one where everybody was saying it was better than the main event.
Yeah.
Everybody after the fight was like, why we even watch the main event? That's why people keep on forgetting, dude. Canelo wasn't the favorite at all. He wasn't even 50-50 on that fight. People were just saying, what if he hits him? That was a what if he hits him fight. Nobody was thinking Canelo was going to do anything, bro. He was too young. People were like, oh, he's slow compared to Mayweather at the time. And everybody had found out he was going to be weight drained. So everybody like, well, how slow is he going to be? And Floyd was too experienced, too slick. It's just not the right time, man. It's just like if I would ask, let's say, Schofield Jr. to fight Bud, you know what I mean? Like, or someone that you think's got power to fight Bud right now, and they don't have no experience. And people are like, well, he had so many fights. Yeah, man, but he had a lot of those Mexico fights where he was fighting nobodies. And, maybe what do you have? Like, maybe like four actual dangerous fights before Floyd. I would say, who do you have? Kind of got to look at the goddamn resume.
He had Trout.
Yeah, he had Trout, and who do you have? Who do you have not before Trout?
Shane Mosley? I don't know. No, he was a titleist already. No, he didn't really have anyone too dangerous. I mean, it was like Matthew Hatton, bro.
Yeah. So I mean, I just remember, like, at the time, I thought, well, if he could work the body and catch him, maybe, but there's no way he's gonna outbox Floyd. Like, there's no way.
No, he had Josecito Lopez, Austin Trout, Shane Mosley, Kermit.
That was supposed to be Victor Ortiz.
Yeah. I mean, he had there was a lot of hype going into that fight. That finally we got this young guy, this young Mexican kid that can probably be the guy to take Floyd down. I remember there was a lot of hype before that.
I mean, but Johnny, man, out of real boxing fans,
Right.
who
I know
thought
what you're
Canelo was
saying.
gonna win? You know,
No, I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying as far as the fans, right? There was a lot of hype thinking maybe this could be the guy.
it's the same thing as we're saying about how Berlanga had the hype to beat Canelo. We all knew he wasn't gonna win. Real boxing fans knew he wasn't gonna win.
That's fair. No, absolutely. That's fair. Totally fair, bro.
I mean, that don't mean Berlanga can't be great in the future. I'm just saying, at this time
Yeah,
in his
no, for
career,
sure. No,
you
that
know,
makes sense. Yeah, no. Listen, I like Belonga, but I didn't think he would beat Canelo. I didn't think he would beat Canelo. I thought that would be a tall task. It was too tall of a task.
too early, man. I mean, I see him maybe in a couple more years being a real big part of the boxing game. I mean, the kid has got everything going for him. He knows how to promote himself. Every knockout puncher, if they become a decent tactician, is a fan favorite because that's what they want to see: violence. Everybody wants to see the knockout. Only a few of us want to see the sit in the pocket, avoid every punch, jab, catch and shoot. Only a few of us. Everybody else just wants to see a overhand right. He's out, mouthpiece flies out, or he's ass up, face down. We're violent people, man. That's what we like. We like the car wreck.
You're absolutely right about that. No argument there, man. No argument there, but yeah, for sure.
Now that I looked it up, man, before trial, he's supposed to fight Paul Williams. Paul Williams crashes his motorcycle. So then they shift to Victor Ortiz, who then gets his jaw broken against Josecito Lopez. No, Canelo, I mean, at least they tried. They were really trying to build him. He was always seen as the next great Mexican once they brought him here to America. People forget that. And this guy's been fighting at the top level for over a decade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has. I mean, like I said, people bring up, the last time he got rocked against Cotto's brother, I go, he was 19, about to be 20. Think about that. He was a little kid, fighting a grown man, professional boxer.
I mean, imagine if someone says, I think this can happen to you because it happened 15 years ago once. Like, what?
Yeah, it's wild to me.
For sure.
I like Bud. I'm a Bud fan. I'm just not one of these people that are just crazy, man. And then they start this narrative of, it's his walk around weight. He's always been 186 pounds or whatever. Okay, so now we're going to say he was a weight bully then. If he knew this was his natural weight and he's supposed to be fighting at 160, 154 naturally, then so what are we saying? He was just weight bullying, cutting 46 pounds all the way to get down to 140 and, so we're going to go with that narrative? So all these narratives could be debunked. You always got a negative narrative for everything else. You know what I'm saying, Mr. Negative? We can always find a negative side.
Amen.
For sure. You know that one. Yeah, man. I'm looking at it.
Johnny, man, it's 1 a.m., boy. We still rocking.
I know, man. And I was like, man, I don't want to go this late because I'm doing another show tomorrow. Tomorrow we got Tony Weeks, bro. Referee Tony Weeks. In the building, baby.
Hey, Johnny, but I got Amanda. I know Vegas sidestepped it because he don't want to talk about it, but I got Amanda, man. I hope she finally gets her victory because I thought she won the first fight.
Hell yeah.
Second fight was a little bit closer, but there was a shitload of headbutts that nobody ever called. And I don't even know what was going on with them headbutts. That was worse than Holyfield Tyson with them headbutts. But hey, I guess we're going to ignore all those because we don't like Amanda. But hey, man, hopefully she finally gets her victory. She deserves it.
I got Katie.
Of course, because Vega hates Puerto Ricans. Yo. Yep. We're gonna get into that next week, bro. Because next week's gonna be crazy, bro. Because we got the Friday night card with all the females, headlined by Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor, Part 3. A lot of unification. Not unification. We talking about undisputed.
There's like 2 or 3 or something.
Fights are there? 3?
I don't know. I might watch it.
Here we go. You watch shit from across from Romania, but you're not gonna watch that. You full of shit.
I don't know. I might be busy that day.
Yeah, you be on the Boxing Voice panel that night. Trust me when I tell you that.
Hey Johnny, that's why
What's up?
I be calling Ness out on this bullshit. If you know anything about Ness, a couple years ago I was trying to bring up Inoue and the lighter weights. He's like, nobody wants to talk about that shit. He goes, I don't want to talk about no men the size of women. I don't even watch that shit. And now he pretending like he been watching them forever and he's been a fan forever. And now he watches female boxing. I said, Ness, you done gotten corporate, man.
Live fight chats. He's doing it all, bro. He'll be live and direct, but probably for the beginning of that card. There's hella fights, man. I'm looking at that. That's gonna be good, man. Vega, you can't shit on that card, bro. That card's gonna be good, man.
Nah, Shadeja versus Savannah Marshall's
I do. I like that fight. Yep. I'm looking forward to that fight. I think there's about 4 good fights on this thing that I'm really looking forward to, man. I can't wait. And then obviously Saturday with the Shakur and Edgar and Zepeda and all these guys. That's gonna be. Yeah, I'm trying to get a credential for that. We'll see how that works, but
they're gonna hit you with that week of credential.
That's the only thing I hate, man. When I get approved for all these, it's always like the week before. It's garbage. I hate that. I hate that they do that the way they do that. I really do. But we'll figure it out. If not, it's okay.
Man, I hope Shakur stops Zepeda because I don't want Zepeda to win because that's going to be perfect for Tank. He's like just a perfect opponent for Tank for his counter punching. So I want to see actual guy that's going to test Tank. Shakur will test Tank. You know, I don't want to see Zepeda win that fight.
I'll say this: I think there's a lot of pressure on Shakur. There has to be after. What's his name? After Floyd Schofield goes ahead and stops Tevin in 1 round, you got to remember Tevin went 22 rounds, hard rounds with William Zepeda. And Zepeda, he wasn't able to do what Schofield did in 1 round. And you got to remember Shakur and Schofield were matched up. Schofield has created a narrative that he was poisoned. And you remember in the beginning, he was pointing the finger at Shakur. I mean, there was stabbed tires, stolen passports, them getting pulled over by the police, and then they go to Saudi and they end up hospitalized. And then Shakur to go out there to get a replacement to get a knockout, and now he's on another turkey card with basically being told, "Hey, if you win, we're gonna try to make the Tank fight." Yeah, I think he needs to impress. But he needs to have a career-defining performance in the fans' eyes, I believe in. I think if he's able to do that, that's going to really allow him to get that push to get Tank to come over, get his 7 Ferraris and 12 new packs of gloves to make that fight happen.
Bro, in that case, we're going with conspiracies, and I do believe they poisoned my boy Ryan and put that Austrian in the system. He never did it. So we're going with the conspiracies. Yep. Victor Bonte and them, they contaminated his sample. So, yeah, we need to go with that. I believe it. Man,
Shakur's such a mastermind outside the ring. He's able to do all that.
Well, I have dubbed Shakur the only fighter that's a pressure fighter outside the ring because people never make it to the fight date.
Good call out, man. Good call out. But next week we're gonna cook because there's hella boxing. So we're gonna cook next week. It's gonna be dope. I can't wait. I'm about to wrap this up though, man. We've been here for almost over 4 hours. Damn. This is becoming the norm, man. But I love this shit, man.
All right, Johnny, salute, brother. I'm out. All right, Vega Deuce.
Appreciate you, my brother. H-Town was in the building. We got Vega, my man Alex Vega with his camera on, co-hosting. Appreciate you. So you're off tomorrow? That's why you're up with the camera on?
Yeah. No, for sure. What is it, Wednesday? Yeah, normally I got 4-day work weeks until middle of August. And I'm
okay, good.
5-day work week. So
I get summer Fridays with the day job, which means I get a half a day on Fridays. But there's a holiday on Friday, so I'm off. And then tomorrow we always get a half a day before the holiday, so I'm only working a half a day tomorrow. till about 12:30, and then I'm off until Monday, so that's good. So we'll be back at it tomorrow night, 9 p.m. We got Tony Weeks, referee, in the building. He's confirmed, locked, loaded. We're getting our questions ready. So tomorrow should be a hell of a show. I don't think we'll do anything on Friday or Saturday because there's not really a lot of boxing going on, or a lot of big name boxing. There's really nothing really going on other than the card that the fight that I'm gonna watch on BLK Prime, Black Prime, with my guy King Cam Walker. I'll be watching that on Saturday. But other than that, we will be back at it next week because we got a big boxing week. And I'm working on 2 guests, but I don't want to say anything yet until I get them confirmed. But if I don't get them, we'll just we'll rock out. We'll rock out. We'll go live. We'll do this panel calls, and we'll just talk about all the fights that are going down both Friday and Saturday. So if you can make it, Vega, you know you're always welcome, my brother. The Vega. Oh, you cut out there. I thought you fell asleep because you were like this. All right. So yeah, man. Hopefully for you guys that just that popped in right now, we had 2 interviews today. One was planned, one was not planned. We had a former fighter and coach, trainer Prenice Brewer. He was in the building. Who's obviously the head trainer for welterweight contender Delonte Tiger Johnson. He was in the building. Good interview. We talked about his career as a fighter that transitioned into a full-time trainer, and we also got his picks and predictions for some of the big fights that are coming aboard. So if you guys didn't check out the live interview, replay gang is on full effect. Make sure you guys do like Malcolm. He's always watching the replays. Shout out to Malcolm. Great interview. And then we had Rachel Donaire, the lovely wife of, in my opinion, future hands down Hall of Famer Nonito Donaire, the Filipino Flash. She was in the building. Yeah, that was also an unexpected and great interview. But like I tell you guys, you never know who's going to pop up in the hangout spot. She was in the chat. We sent the link. She came on. It was great, Vega, right?
Absolutely.
I thought that was dope. She's always a great interview. In fact, we're going to get her on next time we do Ladies Night. That's going to be amazing. We're working on the logistics. We're probably going to be doing once a month Ladies Night. I thought it was dope yesterday, so I want to make that happen. I wanted to do that regularly. So probably once a month, and then we'll mix up, panel members. It's going to be dope. It's going to be dope. I got a lot of good ideas, but we just got to put them into fruition as we go along. So make sure you check out the replay of the show afterwards. Throw me a like. Facebook, if you're watching this live, throw me a like. Subscribe to the channel, millions.co. Throw me a like. Subscribe to the channel. Check out my merch. Support the channel. Vega, I got nothing but love for you. You're my brother, bro. Thank you for jumping on the panel, man, and keeping me company.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, man.
All right, bro. So we're going to sign out, man. Appreciate y'all. We back at it, 9 p.m. tomorrow. Tony Weeks. Appreciate the love and support. This is your boy Johnny with Vega, Alex Vega, signing out from the Hangout spot, and I'll talk to everybody tomorrow. Peace, bro.
Take care.
Later.